Yes. Yes. Yes.
Test. Boogie. All right, it's 5 o'clock. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure to announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so that the public observing knows who is speaking. When speaking, be sure to speak directly into the microphone so that all comments are heard and a record of the meeting is accurate. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public may submit comments by email prior to noon on the day of the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record. The public will have an opportunity to provide brief comments in person or virtually from the fifth floor conference room of the municipal office building during the meeting. When speaking, please state your name and city of residence for the record. Comments should be limited to the topic of that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. And we have 2 full agendas tonight, so we are going to try to keep comments relevant and keep it moving. I will now call the meeting of the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee for Monday, August 17th, 2026 to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call. Bradley Lopez. Hill.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Burns.
Here.
Lopez, we have an absence memo. Kump.
Here. Are there any revisions to the agenda?
Yes, Commissioner, we issued an agenda update. We removed items 4.7 and 4.8 from the committee's agenda.
Thank you, Clerk. Our first order of business is the approval of minutes from our meeting of July 13th, 2026. Is there a motion?
Move for approval. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Kump.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. The first item of our agenda is the adoption of a resolution to accept a fiscal year 2026 COPS hiring program grant. I will recognize Laura Cromwell, Fiscal Manager for the Police Department, for presentation and remarks.
Yes, good evening. My name is Laura Cromwell, Fiscal Manager for the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. The KCKPD has submitted an application for funding to hire 12 additional patrol officers under the fiscal year 26 COPS hiring program, and this request is to accept an award if selected. The addition of 12 patrol officers will enhance KCKPD's ability to increase officer visibility, conduct proactive patrols in high crime areas, and respond more effectively to calls for service. These officers will support targeted enforcement efforts focused on violent offenders, drug trafficking networks, and gang activity, while continuing to build strong partnerships with residents, businesses, schools, and community organizations. Increased patrol staffing will allow officers to engage with community members, gather valuable intelligence, deter criminal activity, and improve overall public safety, all while hopefully easing the burden on current patrol officers who have been stretched pretty thin over the past several years. The COPS hiring program is a competitive grant program that provides funding for a 3-year period for entry-level patrol officer positions. We have received similar awards under this grant program in 2020 and in 2022. The grant solicitation indicates that the federal share will only cover $125,000 per position for the period of the grant, which represents about 35% of the salaries and benefits for these officer positions over the 3-year period. The UG would then be required to pay the remaining 65% of the salaries and benefits. However, the police department has requested a full match waiver as part of its application. If a full match waiver is received as part of our award, the KCKPD would receive $4,367,592 in federal funding to cover these 12 patrol officer positions for a 3-year period. If a full match waiver is not offered as part of an award, we will bring the award terms back to Commission for review and approval. For reference, we did receive that full match waiver request for our fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 2022 awards, so we are very hopeful for this year's application. Lastly, as with our previous COPS hiring program awards, and regardless of the presence of a match waiver, the fiscal year 26 COPS hiring program does include a retention requirement. Specifically, we would have to commit to funding these 12 patrolman positions at 100% for a 12-month period following the conclusion of the 3-year grant funding period. The grant explicitly states that these positions cannot be absorbed through attrition, but rather these extra positions need to be added to the budget. The estimated amount of funding that would needed to cover the 12 positions for this 12-month period is approximately $1.7 million. As we have done with previous COPS grant awards, our plan would be to stagger the hiring of the 12 positions so that the additional budget needed would be spread out over 2 or possibly even 3 years. And if awarded, hiring would likely begin in 2027 so that additional UG funding would not be needed for these positions until 2030.
Thank you, Ms. Cromwell. Does any member of the committee have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments were received.
Thank you. Is there anyone online with their hand raised who wishes to speak on this item?
No hands are raised.
Thank you, clerk. Is there anyone in person who wishes to speak on this item? If so, please approach the podium. Let the record show nobody has approached the podium. I will entertain a motion.
Move for approval. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Kump.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is adoption of a resolution to apply for and accept an award through the Department of Justice Fiscal Year 2026 Model Citizens Initiative Grant Program. There is a request to fast track this item to the August 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting. I will again recognize Ms. Laura Cromwell, Fiscal Manager of the Police Department, for presentation and remarks.
Hello, my name's Shane Turner. I'm the Assistant Chief of the Police Department. I'll be doing the presentation on the model cities. First off, so the model cities is basically a grant that's being provided by the federal government in order to model certain cities, Washington, D.C., that type of thing. The specific purpose is to serve substantial targeted federal funding.
Sorry, can you pull your microphone just a little closer?
All right, there we go. Surge substantial targeted federal funding into select cities to implement comprehensive and innovative approaches and produce measurable outcomes in the reduction of violent crime, improvements in public safety, and greater protection for our nation's citizens. The goals are to expand crime fighting, investigative and prosecution capacity, improve and modernize crime data collection, intelligence gathering, incident response, and analytics capabilities to drive evidence-based policing. Develop innovative nation-leading approaches to policing and violent crime reduction, enhance law enforcement readiness and support for frontline officers, expand services for American victims of crime, reduce recidivism and support community reintegration, expand behavioral health treatment and recovery services that improve public safety outcomes. So basically what they'll fund is hiring and retaining of personnel, purchase of lease of equipment, tools, or technology, training and professional development, facility costs, mental health and substance use services, reentry, transitional support, and recidivism reduction program services, victim services, youth crime prevention, and intervention services. So currently what we're doing is that we're going through the planning process. We've made small micro teams within the police department based on the function and assignment of various senior command in order to come up with a comprehensive plan. This plan would have to be submitted by September 1st, 11:59 p.m., which is for the expedited purpose of the grant, and it's going to commission. The only other caveat to that is that this is not the first application process. So basically, after we get the application process, we would have an interview with the DOJ. There's a requirement in the grant that the DOJ partner with us, and there has to be a signed signature for that prior to the application process. Also, there is a caveat also for USC code 1373, which is already a current code, but it would have to apply to everything that we do as far as the plans and the partners in which we would work with in order to achieve the goals listed in the grant. So there's certain objectives in each one of the grants. It's pretty extensive. Like I said, we're trying to come up with the best plan as possible. We're going through our first draft now. Obviously, we don't necessarily want to try and hit everything, but we want to hit the ones that are most compatible with the goals of the unified government and current eye on the prospectus for it. The total amount of reward for the grant is for 2 to 4 cities to receive a total of $300 million. So depending on how many cities are selected would depend on the amount of the reward that we would receive if we were chosen as one of those cities.
Thank you. And there's no match, is that correct?
No match.
Does any member of the committee have any questions or comments? Seeing none. Legal, what was that US code?
Yeah, that's a US code section 1373 and 1644, which are the federal codes regarding communication with DHS. We wouldn't be able to, our subrecipients as well as ourselves have to comply with those federal laws and those codes. So our subrecipients, if they have policy that contradicts that code, they would not be eligible to be a subrecipient.
Thank you. Clerk, did we receive any comments from the public on this item?
No comments received.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak to this item?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone in person who wishes to speak to this item? If so, please approach the podium. No one has approached. I will now entertain a motion.
Move for approval. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Cump.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item is the adoption of a resolution to accept a fiscal year 2027 Special Traffic Enforcement Program Grant Award. I will again recognize Ms. Laura Cromwell, Fiscal Manager for the Police Department, for presentation and remarks.
Yes, here I am again, Laura Cromwell, Fiscal Manager, Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. The Police Department is requesting approval to accept an award under the Kansas Department of Transportation Special Traffic Enforcement Program, or STEP, in the amount of $167,392. The STEP grant program provides funding to local law enforcement agencies to conduct high visibility enforcement during coordinated periods to address specific driver behaviors contributing to injury and fatality crashes in Kansas. The police department has been receiving funding through the STEP program for many years now, but in years past, funding had been provided for select enforcement campaigns throughout the years and had primarily only funded overtime hours, and allocated annual totals had historically been less than $50,000. However, the fiscal year 27 STEP program has been enhanced to include additional funding for equipment items, training opportunities, and educational events that will be hosted by our traffic support officers. Our application for the fiscal year 27 program includes approximately $100,000 in overtime for officers to work enforcement operations specifically focused on aggressive driving and DUI-related violations, as well as approximately $60,000 to fund various equipment items such as radars, stop sticks, traffic cones, and then instructor schooling for our traffic officers and overtime for officers to host educational events such as car seat checks. As in previous years, we will have 1 year to expend the funding, and there is no match required from the UG for this grant program.
Thank you. Does any member of the committee have any questions or comments? Seeing none, did we receive any comments from the public, Clerk?
No written comments received.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak to this item?
We do have a hand raised.
By all means.
Ava Garcia Mesa. You'll need to unmute, state your name and city of residency for the record, and you'll be allowed 3 minutes.
Thank you, Eva Garcia Meza, Kansas City, Kansas. So my comment is not necessarily specific to this, but it does encompass this. My comment is this. So this budget season, there has been a new approach to how the budget is proposed to the residents to understand the complexities of it. However, there's been a distinction between only showing what is quote unquote certified funding or revenue streams versus everything else that falls into that, including grants or access to federal funding that help support departmental budgets. So this is a great example of a great thing, right? Funding, whether it comes from our pocketbook or whether it comes from somewhere else. Ideally, we want it to come from somewhere else, but it is something that is part of this department's budget. So it's something that needs to be captured when the conversation is being had to understand the entire revenue needed to fund a department. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other hands raised online?
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you, clerk. Is there anyone appearing in person wishing to speak to this item? Seeing none, I will make a motion to approve this resolution.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez, Burns,
Aye.
Comp.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is adoption of a resolution to accept a fiscal year 2027 Victims of Crime Act Grant Award. Once again, going over to Laura Cromwell, Fiscal Manager for the Police Department for presentation and remarks.
So I am actually going to bring Maya Banks up. She is our current Victim Services Program Supervisor to speak on this one tonight.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Banks.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening. My name is Maya Banks. I'm the program supervisor with the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department for Victim Services Unit. I come to you now requesting approval to accept funding under the Victims of Crime Act for our, also known as our VOCA grant program for fiscal year 2027 to support our unit. VOCA has funded Victim Services Unit at the Police Department since its initiation in 1999. The current Victim Services houses 3 full-time personnel who are currently funded by the VOCA grant at 75% and 2 full-time positions at the Order of Protection Office that are funded at 100%. For the fiscal year 2027 VOCA grant program, the proposed budget includes $429,019 in federal VOCA funds. As has been in the case in previous fiscal years, this year's grant program does require a 20% match from the UG. That amount equals $106,505, totaling in the overall project of $532,524 for the overall project. This required match will be fulfilled by a combination of both UG cash match and in-kind contributions. For the UG cash match portion, we will utilize 100% of the salary of the existing program aide and 25% of the 2 existing advocate salaries. To satisfy the balance of our match requirement, we will include in-kind contributions of dedicated hours by interns and volunteers, and the cash match has been identified and already exists in our general fund budget, and no additional funds are being requested to meet the match requirement. For 2025, we were able to provide 3,445 services to 2,477 victims in Wyandotte County. Federal funds through the VOCA grant program will allow us for continued direct services to victims, such as emergency shelter, emergency transportation, and crisis intervention supplies, which also includes meals, clothing, replacement cell phones, broken door and window repair, crime scene cleanup, and lock replacement. The funds will also be used for office and communication supplies, training and travel for all the victim services staff, and case management software. If the VSU is not able to receive the VOCA funding, it will be reduced to 1 advocate, significantly limiting services available to victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, and survivors of homicide. In summary, our fiscal year 2027 VOCA application will include the same level of federal dollars requested in previous years, adding no new programs, positions, and will utilize existing budget within our general fund to meet the match requirement.
Thank you, Ms. Banks. And am I correct to say that the police department's budget has already identified these funds? Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Does any member of the committee have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments received.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to make a comment.
No hands are raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone in person who wishes to make a comment? If so, please approach the podium. Let the record show nobody's approached the podium. I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Comp.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is adoption of a resolution to apply for and accept the fiscal year 2027 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant. I'll recognize Laura Cromwell, Fiscal Manager for the Police Department, for presentation and remarks.
Yes, this is my last one for tonight. So the police department submitted an application for funding through the fiscal year 27 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, or JAG grant program, which is a competitive grant program overseen by the Kansas Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. This request is for approval to accept an award if selected. JAG funds are intended to support criminal justice systems and partners in their efforts to address crime and improve public safety. In our application for the fiscal year 27 grant program, the police department requested $76,535 in grant funding to procure and implement a long-range acoustic device, or an LRAD, communication system to allow the KCKPD the ability to deliver clear, intelligible messages over extended distances during critical incidents, special events, and emergency situations. The addition of an LRAD will enhance public safety, emergency response, and critical incident management capabilities for the police department. If selected for an award, we will have 1 year to expend the funding, and there is no match required from the UG for this grant program.
Thank you. Does any member of the committee have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments received.
Thank you. Clerk, is there anyone online who has their hand raised to speak to this item?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone appearing in person who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, I will make a motion to approve this item.
Hill second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Kump.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item is item 4.5, Memorandum of Understanding with the Office of the State Fire Marshal to identify the roles and responsibilities of each party as they relate to the development and deployment of urban search and rescue resources. I will recognize Delaney Lakashandra from Legal for presentation and remarks.
Thanks. This is Delaney Lankachandra with the UG Legal Department. This is a memorandum of understanding between the Fire Department and the State Office of the Fire Marshal. It discusses the responsibilities of each party as they relate to urban search and rescue operations. There's no cost associated with this, but it does require an enabling resolution from the governing body.
Thank you. Does any member of the committee have any questions or comments? Seeing none, and you said there's no cost. This is just the
That's correct.
enabling legislation. Is that
Mhm.
right? Thank you. Clerk, did we receive any comments from the public on this item?
No comments received.
Thank you. Does anyone have their hand raised online to discuss this item?
No hands are raised.
Is there anyone appearing in person to discuss this item? If so, please approach the podium. Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve. Second.
Who was the second? I'm sorry. Burns? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Kump.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item is item 4.9, adoption of a resolution approving the annual case plan report to the Kansas Department of Corrections for the Juvenile Services Program. I'll recognize Philip Lockman, Director of Community Corrections, for presentation and remarks.
Phil Lockman, Director of Department of Community Corrections. This report tonight is just an annual report required by the Department of Corrections that we submit on progress toward goals and objectives. It's kind of unusual that they wanted to go through the commission, but that's what they require. But it's just pretty simple. It's over all of our case management and also the Juvenile Intake and Assessment Center.
Thank you. Does any member of the committee have any questions or comments? Seeing none, and you said this is an annual report we're required to submit,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Clerk, did we receive any comments from the public on this item?
No comments received.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who wishes to discuss this item?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone appearing in person who wishes to discuss this item? Excuse me. If so, please approach the podium. Seeing none, I will move to approve this resolution.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Kump.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That gets us through resolutions on to presentations. The next item on our agenda, item 4.10, is a presentation providing an overview of the Unified Government Transportation Department's local and regional transit initiatives. I will recognize Desiree Bush, Director of Public Transportation, for presentation and remarks.
Well, good afternoon. Desiree Bush, Director of the Unified Government Transportation Department. First and foremost, I do want to thank you for this opportunity to provide an overview of our regional initiatives and our top priorities for our county. So during today's presentation, I will discuss our current transportation services, our regional efforts, our capital investment needs, our funding opportunities, and strategic priorities. Why transit matters for Wyandotte County? Well, first and foremost, transit is more than just mobility. Transit is a catalyst for economic development, investments, redevelopment, and access to opportunity. So I've always discussed transportation connects our people to employment opportunity, education, healthcare, housing, grocery networks, but it's actually bigger than that. As we have businesses that come into our county, we want to make sure that we support our residents for employment opportunities, and we're able to transport our residents to those networks. So our current services, as you all may be aware, we have our FITS routes, that's our regional RKC network along our main corridors. We have our IRIS program, which is a share ride service, just like Uber or Lyft. On the first bullet, I have countywide. However, I do want to provide some level of clarity. Technically, it is not countywide, but we do serve some levels of service in Edwardsville to provide coverage to their industrial park area. And then we have our Ride KC Freedom, that's ADA paratransit, where we serve our seniors and those who are disabled. We do require a pre-approval application to take advantage of that service. For both the ADA and senior paratransit, it is curb-to-curb destinations. That means that basically we pull up to their property and then drop them off at their ending destination at the door. Then our regional partnerships, we partner with KCATA. We actually receive funding from FTA through KCATA because technically we are a subrecipient. However, we are able to apply to state level funds directly to KDOT. Then JO Transit is our partner, and then lastly, MARC. So let's discuss our regional plans and our vision. First, we have our Connected KC 2025, and that's basically the Greater Kansas City Long Range Metropolitan Transportation Plan for all municipalities. With this plan, our focus is to provide increased transit reliability. We want to focus on our first and last mile connection and our transit-oriented developments within the county. Now, our role from the Unified Government Transportation Department, we always want to focus to strengthen east to west connectivity because we have the 101 State Avenue that provides that bi-state level of access and the 107 7th Street. However, for internal services, we fully focus within the Kansas City, Kansas geographic area only. So we do contract some levels of our FITS routes to KCATA, and they help us provide that level of service by state level of service needed for our county. And then we also want to focus on improving our regional access, meaning it will be an opportunity to invest in better headways. So here on the screen, I have a QR code. You're more than welcome to scan that QR code, and I've added notes in my presentation, more detailed, so I don't spend too much time on today's presentation. You're more than welcome to take a look over those notes and scan the QR code. Tested it. Does it work? I know it does. I know. Okay, so then we also have our coordinated human services transportation. And basically, with this vision, we invest in ADA and our senior paratransit. So for us, that would mean we want to make sure we replace our vehicles in a timely fashion. All of our vehicles are ADA accessible, meaning we have a lift on every single vehicle within our fleet. So right now, we are actually supporting the goals by launching Iris, which we launched Iris in 2023. That's a share ride open to the general public. However, our seniors and those who are disabled are able to take advantage of the program as well. ADA paratransit, we have the reduced fare program, which you all may be aware of. United Way is leading those efforts. And then we have the workforce transportation part of it, because those who are disabled and are seniors, they still have access to employment opportunity. If you want to take a look at that transportation plan, you're more than welcome to scan the QR code. You know you want to do it, go ahead. Okay. All right, then we have the East-West High Capacity Transit Study. So this one's a biggie for us. We actually started our study, the East-West High Capacity Study, initiated in 2023. And then Mark held the public engagement portion of the study in 2020. I'm sorry, we started the study in 2022. And then Mark held the public engagement gatherings in 2023, and 73% of the respondents preferred the streetcar. So with the East-West Transit Study, it actually focused on evaluating from Truman Complex to the KU Medical Center. So basically, we are working to implement a streetcar within that area. So based on the photo, you see mainly Missouri, because they have more of the partner buy-in to it. As far as Wyandotte County, we haven't technically bought into this plan yet. However, there's always room, and that's roughly $10 million. Just throwing it out there. Somebody wins the lottery, you're more than welcome to donate. So the unified government role, our active partners include KCATA, MARC, Kansas City, Missouri, Jackson County, the Kansas City Streetcar Authority, and the KU Health System. So with this plan, the benefits of it, we want to make sure we connect to major employment centers and healthcare destinations. We want to improve our access to existing streetcar in our MATS line, also better known as BRT. And we also have our bi-state sustainable reinvestment corridor. Now, this is a 24-mile regional initiative led by MARC to coordinate transportation, infrastructure, housing, and economic development across 4 communities within 2 states. Those 4 communities include Kansas City, Kansas, Kansas City, Missouri, Sugar Creek, Missouri, and Independence, Missouri. With this plan, it will allow us to strengthen our connections, not only within our county, but regionally to employment centers, housing, and grocery networks. This plan will support a BRT, which stands for Bus Rapid Transit, and that's basically better frequency, better headways for our county. The strategic benefits include regional transportation connectivity, and economic development, and private investments. Now we get into the local transit priorities. Top priority for the Unified Government Transportation Department, first and foremost, we want to preserve our existing transit service. So we want to maintain safe, reliable, fixed routes and ADA services. We want to focus on route and frequency. So the best frequency we have within our network is the 101 State Avenue. That headway is the 30-minute headway. Now, on average, our other 7 routes are roughly an hour. So if you put yourself in the passenger shoes, let's say if you need to go to employment, doctor appointment, pick your kid up from baby daycare or anything, you have to wait an hour. So if you miss that bus, you're basically at that bus shelter for 1 hour. We can certainly do better in that field. And then also, we did take a $2.5 million budget cut roughly 2 years ago. We had 9 fixed routes within the county, and now we're down to 7. Okay. We also want to invest and maintain our route infrastructure. I'm pretty sure you've noticed that we've replaced every single bus shelter within our county. Thanks to UG ARPA funds, by the way. I believe that was like 1.3 million. So we were able to purchase new bus shelters, new receptacles, new benches, and all of our bus shelters have solar lighting. We want to continue the IRIS program. This is imperative for our county. I can't talk enough about it, and I'm pretty sure Some of your ears are probably tired of me talking about it, but this is my job to advocate for this program. I see the benefits. We actually launched IRIS in 2023. It's grant funded. We received 4 rounds of grant funds, and now grant funds will end towards the end of 2026. We want to continue this program. We see the rise, and I do have a data chart within our presentation, so I'll circle back to that. But it's IRIS does offer accessibility where folks can actually download that IRIS app, book your own ride, and you could pay within the app. It's really convenient. It's only $3 per person each day. Then we have aging fleet. We need to protect our fleet. We need reliable fleet. And as you know, as you continue to use the fleet and it's out of usage or over age, it does cost more for maintenance and repair. Also, our focus is to secure federal funding. We want to maximize our grants while minimizing the local cost. And then our fare box recovery, we have reinstated fare. So it is an opportunity to offset the local costs with our revenue from fare. So now I'll go back into our priorities. We have the Transit Asset Management Plan that is due to FTA annually. And this year we submitted our vehicles and found that we have 13 vehicles that are over age. So we do need to replace those vehicles. By replacing the vehicles, we can limit our service interruptions, lower our vehicle reliability, and we definitely do not want to submit scores that are lower than anticipated. So it's basically a score metric, a condition of the vehicle that ranges between 1 and 5. 5 means it is a vehicle that is below 100,000 miles, is pretty much in good condition, but the majority of our vehicles are over 100,000 miles. So how do we plan to fund our vehicles? Well, a few months ago, came to Public Works Safety Committee and informed you all that we applied for some FTA funds to replace our vehicles. So with that being said, we do plan to replace 13 vehicles, 13 revenue vehicles, and 1 trash compactor. We will use FTA Section 5307 in the amount of 1.5 million, our CMAC capital for 456,000, and then our required match is 389,000. So we've already met that, and we are actively coordinating with KCATA to replace our vehicles. Our next priority, IRIS. Why does IRIS matter? And what's the cost of it? So the cost of IRIS is $620,000. And basically what that gets us is 3 dedicated drivers, 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And that's 4,296 annual service hours. That's what we're doing today. This is nothing more. This is standard operations. This is the cost of it. We're not adding to the zone at all. On the right-hand side, we have the geographic area highlighted in yellow. That's the Northeast zone. Northeast zones cover Levee Road, 1st Street to 47th Street. We launched that zone February 2025. Before we launched that zone in February 2025, we had an average ridership rate of roughly 400 rides a month. And then when we launched that zone, it actually boomed. So now we're seeing over 2,000 a month. Based on studies, we know that is an area that face more barriers and they have 0-car households. It's certainly been a blessing for our community to take advantage of this program, and we have many, many partners that support it. In the red, that's our largest zone. That's from 47th Street to the Legends. And as I mentioned before, we do provide some coverage in Edwardsville, where we cover the industrial park area. That's for employment opportunity. And the slither of Turner. So right now, what is not covered is Turner, Argentine, and north of Leavenworth Road. Our top destinations include Amazon on the Riverview Avenue location, Associated Wholesale Grocers, 47th Street Transit Center. That tells me that folks are using the fixed routes because they're either being picked up or dropped off at the 47th Street Transit Center to use IRIS, Great Wolf Lodge, Kansas City, Kansas Community College, Price Chopper, and Walmart Supercenter. fun stuff numbers. This is my favorite. So in the blue, you have 2024 data. In 2024, we served 5,719 riders. Then, as I mentioned before, we launched that Northeast Zone in February 2025. In 2025, we served a total of 20,322 riders. That is roughly a 255% increase over the previous year. So that tells you how popular this program is. Then in 2026, as of June, we already served 18,888, reaching 93% of the entire 2025 annual ridership. Now, in June and July, we had our World Cup operations. We were able to launch this program county-wide. We did receive FTA funding and KDOT funding to do so. So based on this report, I have in June 6,072. However, I already ran the numbers for July and we served almost 10,000. So about 8,000. Excuse me, not almost 10,000. It's a little over 8,000. Our funding strategy. This year, we have applied to a couple grant opportunities. So we did apply to the MARC sub-allocation call for projects. We wanted to focus on the fast and frequent 101 State Avenue, which will allow us the opportunity to invest in our headway from 30 minutes to 15 minutes. Our federal request is 3.07 million. Our local match is 767,000, and we are requesting to use American Royal funds for that. We do have that MARC fee. Anytime that you apply for grant funds through MARC, they require a 1% fee. That's roughly 38,000. We are requesting to use American Royal funds. KCATA did submit that on our behalf because, again, remember, we are a subrecipient of FTA funds, so KCATA, they are required to apply for those funds on behalf of the UG. Section 5310, Enhanced Mobility. We apply for this grant every year. It gives us the opportunity to replace at least one of our ADA vehicles. And we also submit the application to replace our lifts from an 800-pound lift to a 1,000-pound lift, just because we're serving those who have like heavier mobility devices, especially the electric chairs. We have not been approved yet, so the application is pending. Then we also applied to the FTA Transit-Oriented Development Planning Grant. This application is pending. We are requesting $800,000. I did work with Public Works on this grant application. The match is $200,000. We are requesting American Royal funds to meet that match. KCATA did submit that grant on behalf of the UG. That's basically a TOD countywide policy. Okay, so why does this matter to the unified government? We want to make sure we leverage our federal funds, reduce pressure on the local tax dollars, replace our aging infrastructure, improve our service, and expand mobility. Future opportunities, potential future initiatives. We want to increase our IRIS hours. As I mentioned before, it's from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So as we partner with our employment agencies within the county, a lot of times those shifts go past the 7 p.m. Time frame. We want to launch additional zones to provide coverage to the Turner and Argentine area, bus stop accessibility improvements. We have installed, that new infrastructure. We must maintain that. We also want to focus on our TOD policy. What do I need from you all? Your support. The greatest thing is your support, your advocacy. To understand the program, you're more than welcome to meet with me anytime. I am available to you. I am a public servant. I serve my organization, my community. It's something I'm very proud of. And hopefully you can support us in moving IRIS forward for our county. Support us as we apply for the federal grant applications, replace our infrastructure, our fleet, and find sustainable funding for IRIS. Okay, that concludes my presentation. Hopefully I didn't take too much of your time. Any questions?
You, Director Bush. Any questions? Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Bush, for everything that you do. Transit always has my support. As you mentioned about the budget cuts on the 2 transit lines, fixed routes. One of those routes came through my district and affected a lot of my residents that live in that area. So I will lend any and all support to our transit department to re-get those lines back open or find other avenues to get our residents to where they need to be. The other comment I have, and you and I have had this conversation, and I've had this conversation with several community members about the east-west corridor and the prospect of streetcar coming down the 39th. I'm not a big fan of that, just because of the importance of the med center. We all know if we've been downtown with the streetcar, sometimes it breaks down or it may cause bottlenecks in the street. My fear is it causing issues for EMS vehicles to be able to come in and out of the med center. Now, an idea has been brought forward that maybe we can push it further down into Rosedale, but then we're getting into neighborhoods. And then down the road of 39th, you go further down, there's Fisher Park, and then not that far off is Rosedale Middle School. And those are, a lot of students walk up and down the streets to get back from go to school, get home from school. And so it is a concern for me. And I know we'll continue to have conversations. But I know the majority of the streetcar is in this KCMO, but it has effects on to this side of the state line as well. And so just wanted to share those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple questions. The first one, have you noticed any ridership differences since the bus passes have been distributed?
Desiree Bush, Director of the Unified Government Transportation Department. Good question, Commissioner Hill. Actually, we saw a decrease in ridership in the month of June when we reinstated fare, and we saw a slight increase to help stabilize the ridership in July, but it's still lower compared to May.
And have you got any feedback from citizens on if that bus pass has helped with making the transportation on the bus safer? Have you got any feedback on that?
Not necessarily in regards to making the service safer for our end users. We received more questions in regards to the Ride KC Go app and how they could purchase their fare pass within the app. So we have 2 locations where folks can come purchase a fare card. The 12th in Charlotte on the Kansas City, Missouri side, and at the Fleet campus located at 5033 State Avenue. So daily, we have multiple customers that come in and purchase their fare card and want to learn more about the transit services that we provide.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions. What would it cost to make Iris countywide? I know we did it for the World Cup and we had some federal funding to assist with that.
Countywide, I estimate 1.2 million. With 620,000, that's 3 dedicated drivers. If you launch countywide with the demand for this service, we would need an additional 3 drivers. So a total of 6 countywide.
Thank you. And the United Way reduced fare pass program, I know that's something that we participated in when we went back to fares for the buses. Can you remind me, what was the number of passes that we had initially distributed?
I believe almost 50,000.
That's, I knew.
However, I will say, I should have said this during the presentation. So United Way, they administered a program with that KCATA, Kansas City, Missouri partnership. So for Wyandotte County to participate permanently, the cost is $130,000. Now, we have not found those funds within our budget. So if the county is interested to permanently partner with United Way for the reduced fare, I don't recommend free fare, but reduced fare, just because we're able to get more of that output from the reduced fare. Yes, the cost would be $130,000.
You knew where I was going. How many passes, the reduced fare passes, would $130,000 pay for? I know I'm,
It's a math whiz. What's 130,000 divided by 2? That's how many? That was few thousand.
thank you. I have no further questions. Last call, committee. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk if any comments are received from the public.
No comments were received.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to make a comment.
No hands are raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone appearing in person who wishes to comment on this item? If so, please approach the podium. Seeing none, this item was for information only. Thank you very much, Director Bush, for being here. The next item on our agenda is an update from the Blight team regarding illegal dumping cleanup initiatives. I'll recognize John Kelly, Director of Building and Logistics, for presentation and remarks.
So good evening, Commissioners. Thank you. Tonight, we're going to go ahead and go over our presentation. I'm not quite sure once we start our presentation if there's some conflicting document that we either got tonight in your packet, but we'll make sure that if there are a few slides that are different, we'll get those to you. But otherwise, I'm going to turn it over to Rocky. We're going to go through some slides, and then we also have legal here to go over some other parts of the slide as well. Thank you.
Commission. My name is Rocky Mays. I am Manager in Buildings and Logistics. Thanks for having us tonight to give you an update on the work we've been doing on illegal dumping. First off, just to kind of recap where this all started is, well, our goal is, of course, to improve the quality and appearance of our community through targeted cleanup efforts. We want to reflect pride and establish sustainable maintenance practices. We started this Monday initiative back in September of last year. The administrator came to John Kelly in our department and said, hey, we want to start up the illegal dump. We need to get this community clean. Let's get this illegal dumping under control. So we started cleanups, collaborative effort, Parks and Rec and Public Works Street Department help us out, along with the Buildings and Logistics abatement team. And also sometimes we pull our guys from the shop. They like to go help out too. And then we do send weekly reporting to the administrator's office, which then he passes on to you all. So our cleanup progress in September, that fun little map you see over there, those are all the illegal dumping areas that we have hit since September. We have had from September of 2025 to July of 26, we had 32 cleanup days. There are over 138 illegal dumping locations. That's just locations. That's not how many times we've been out, et cetera, because 14 of those 138 locations, we've been out there 5 or more times. There's some of them we've been out there almost 30 times to clean up their dumping. Our total cleanup cost from September to July has been $103,000. Waste management dumping fees has been $25,500. Tire disposal, $7,600, and $70,000 in labor. So just kind of did a little district breakdown for you all, showing how many illegal dumping areas are in each of your districts. District 1, you never like to be in first place when it comes to this. Other things, yeah, it's great to be in first place. It's not here. They're in first place with 40 illegal dumping sites that we've cleaned up in their area. District 2, Commissioner Burns, we have 20 illegal dumping areas that we've cleaned up in your area. Commissioner Ramirez, District 3, we have 23 illegal dumping areas. Commissioner Hill, District 4, we have 20 illegal dumping areas we've cleaned up there. There are some, I will tell you, there are some that kind of teeter on the borders of each other too. District 5, 10 illegal dumping areas. District 6, we have 12 of those. District 7, just to be clear, District 7, the Kansas City, Kansas area, because this is a city-funded action only. So we have basically 3 illegal dumping areas in District 7. And in District 8, 10 illegal dumping areas that we've hit. So implementation and enforcement, just real quick to show you that picture on the left, it may just look like a picture of a street. That is a picture from the new cameras that we have installed. So that's a nice crystal clear picture of catching somebody illegally dumping. So those cameras, the first set in the pilot program have been installed, are up and working. They confirmed, I believe it was the week before last, that every single one of the cameras that are put up in that location are working to where we can find the perpetrators. Signage. When I made this presentation, we had just purchased the message boards, but last week we were able to get those message boards out in 5 different districts. And thanks to the commission for giving us money from the American Royal Funds, we were able to purchase 5 message boards to put out there, basically, welcome to district so-and-so. No, keep our community clean, no illegal dumping. If you see illegal dumping, call. And we have the non-emergency line for PD on there. And then monthly stakeholder meetings. So monthly livable neighborhoods, community development, buildings and logistics, NRC, PD, Public Works, KSU, all meet to kind of come up with ideas on how to prevent illegal dumping or get it to stop. The biggest thing that I have in being over this I've noticed being over this program is the community collaboration. I've made a kind of friends with some of the residents out there, so they all know me. They know that I'm over the illegal dumping program, so I get emails all the time. Hey, Rocky, we've got illegal dumping again. I just got one last night. Got dumping, and I mean, I see her name pop up. I already know where it is. So I know that I'll get that on the list. If I can't get it this week, I'll put it on my list for next week. That's just kind of an example of the community cleanups that they're doing. Sorry, I kind of got ahead of myself. I'm sorry. So we have a couple neighborhood organizations out there hosting community cleanup days, which has been amazing because they're getting out there. They want to see their community clean and to see their passion in getting these things together. And then, so what they'll do is they'll get the community cleanup done. They'll put the trash in the certain spots or whatever. And then my team will go out on that Monday when we do the cleanups and we'll go clean up the trash for them. We'll go pick it up so they don't have to worry about it. Again, residents actively reporting illegal dumping concerns. That's the biggest thing. They've gotten to know me, so they'll go straight to me. And of course, those will get done a lot faster when they do come straight to me. I do search through the 311s to try to find all the illegal dumping I can to find out where to go. And also deal with our group in our department. He goes out every single week throughout the whole entire community and looks for illegal dumping sites. And then he kind of hands me a list and says, here you go. And then we've had a lot stronger partnerships between the community, unified government, PD, BPU, a lot of work with the community and trying to get lighting out there. Lighting's huge. When there's lighting, it deters illegal dumping. Just trying to work with PD. I know they've been so short-staffed and stuff, but actively being out there, seeing the illegal dumping, cleaning the illegal dumping, so if they see it new, they can get quicker in looking at the cameras that we've installed to possibly, excuse me, get a prosecution out of it. I'm going to hand it over to legal to discuss the fines and ordinances.
Good evening, Commissioner. Good evening, Commissioners. Kelsey Saunders, UG Legal. So our fines currently that the UG imposes for illegal dumping is somewhat similar to that of our neighboring jurisdictions. Our fines start at $500 and go up to $2,500, and also can include up to 6 months in jail. And that is on the higher side of our neighboring jurisdictions, but pretty similar to what other cities are doing. Now, our fines for illegal dumping are different for garbage and then anything else that's not garbage. So garbage means food preparation and consumption waste, and it's a fine of $1,000. So it is a little bit higher, and that one also goes up to $2,500. And then our ordinance also does provide for separate offenses, which means each day that these conditions continue, they can be charged separately for each of those. And that just helps with enforcement efforts and kind of just drilling home our efforts to stop this. And then we also do have a program that rewards residents $250 if they witness and report illegal dumping, and that's able to be prosecuted. And then that also goes the same with graffiti. So like I said, illegal dumping penalties for the UG is pretty similar to our neighboring jurisdictions. Topeka starts at just $1 and goes up to $499. Shawnee starts at $100. Overland Park is a fine not more than $500. Wichita is a fine of $1,000 to $2,500, and $1,500 to $2,500 for repeat offenses. Wichita is one of the strictest of our neighboring jurisdictions. Lenexa is a fine of up to $2,500. Olathe is a fine of up to $500, and Casey Mo next door is a fine from $1 to $1,000. Of course, all of these neighboring jurisdictions also offer the possibility of jail time with those penalties and fines, and then they also all do separate offenses, just like the UG does. In municipal court since 2021, there's been 317 total tickets issued to go after illegal dumping, and fine amounts totaling $33,835. 2023 was the biggest year for tickets issued at 89, and it has slowly dropped off a little bit over these last couple years because there has been problems with enforcement and just getting the offenders and all of that. But 2021, there were 63 illegal dumping charges, 82 in 22, 80 in 23, 33 in 24, 9 in 25, and so far in 2026, there's been 4. And then you can see littering on public property, those numbers are a lot smaller. So illegal dumping is the one that's bringing in the most of the fine amounts and charges. So there are programs and local options available. KDHE has an illegal dumping cleanup program that is created to work with local governments to clean up dump sites throughout the area. And the KDHE will contribute 75% of the total cleanup costs, up to $10,000 per site. And the city or county that's responsible contributes 25% of in-kind services. And that is usually met
through employee labor and equipment. And this program has been successfully utilized in the past. And then there's also the option for waste tire hauler permits. Okay, and then Casey Meyer with legal will jump in to talk more about that.
Okay. So I met with KDHE a couple times and we came up with some potential ideas. Greg Talkin also raised this idea to me. So potential ordinance changes moving forward could be the addition of prohibiting the transport of more than 5 waste tires without a waste tire hauler permit. And before I get into these, this is for information only. And any ordinance changes I was planning to bring forward probably in October because I knew we were busy tonight and I didn't want to spend a lot of time on it. So that is one option. And before we get here, I'll back up. So another option is amending our potential fines to be more commensurate with Wichita. And you heard Kelsey say Wichita is probably the most aggressive ordinance. They amended their ordinance in 2025 because they were also having significant issues with dumping. And so a review of that ordinance, there's some language in there that I think would assist our law enforcement ability and our code's ability with enforcement in general. I think it might make it a little bit easier. We could also do aggravated or aggregated sentences. So for example, if you upon your first conviction, it might be on the lower end, the $500 end, but a second conviction, we would require that it be $1,000. Another thing that is in Wichita's ordinance, it includes a section on the judge ordering the defendant, if convicted, to assist in cleanup, which if we have indigent defendants, then that would be a good compromise in a sentence. She already covered the KDHE application. That does require an application process, and there are conditions upon that. And also, KDHE has offered or is considered to increase their sending of notices to tire businesses, reminding them of the regulations just in general. So it's a mix of education and enforcement. And I also just we have several people that are involved in trying to combat illegal dumping, and they're all in this room. They're kind of spread around. And so we are doing this presentation, but we expected you to have questions. So we have police, NRC, Public Works, SHAD, PD's back there. And so again, that is our presentation, but feel free to ask anybody questions.
Cool. I have a couple questions, and I'm not going to ask all of them right now. Some committee members can also ask. Casey, I will start with you. I would love for you to bring forward those recommendations in a later meeting after budget. I think we all hear about illegal dumping very often in the community, and I think stringent enforcement and whatever help from KDHE we can receive would be appreciative. We'd like to consider that. I will start with, do we have an idea of how often the reward, the bounty, so to speak, is collected year over year?
I don't. John, do you know?
We had a recent call come in, I think, to our office a couple weeks ago, inquiring, saying that at some time back that they called to report illegal dumping and they weren't really walked through the process. So we're refining with the message boards. We're currently working with the Public Works and the Street Department on getting some new no dumping signs made that will give proper numbers so people know who to call. So if they are seeing it, but right now, since we've had it under, since September, that was the only call that we received talking about. So I don't know if PD or anybody, through the courts system has encountered somebody calling or complaining saying, hey, we've called and we haven't received any funds. But going forward, we're going to make sure. I think the biggest thing that I had seen, there was a lot of posting about reporting it, but there was no number associated with it. So working with Chief Oakman, we are using the number of 913-596-3000, which is a non-emergency number to the police department. And that way it can get tracked through the, the call center, and then we can process it that way.
And the reward does require a prosecution, so simply reporting it and then not following through will not result in a reward. And it requires the prosecutor's office and the county administrator's office to be on board. The police department plays a role in that as well. So if you guys want to come up here, feel free. Maybe over there.
Thanks for being here, Officer Cahar.
Hi, I'm Officer Cahard, Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. So far, we've had two awards that have been given out over the past years. To answer your question about how many times that's been paid out.
Do we have a sense of, and I know you might not have, this is more of a court question, but a sense of like our prosecution rate when a complaint or a witness calls in and identifies someone who's been dumping illegally?
I think that is more of a question on whether or not it's enough information for the police department to issue a citation. Once the citation is issued, the prosecutor's office knows that this is a priority, and I know that they have been directed to do the best they can on following through with the prosecution. Then at that point, it's up to the court. So, Officer Cahar, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, it's very complicated when somebody calls in. If they give us a tag and a vehicle description and description of the person dumping, the prosecution rate is going to be a lot higher than if they just say, I saw somebody dumping on the side of the road in a black car.
Commissioner, I'll also stay with the phase one of the cameras that have been installed. That Rocky reference that last year the commission approved $100,000 to combat with cameras. That system goes to the real-time crime lab that the police department is seeing this particular area that is heavily dumped on. So already just with those cameras, it has resulted with community policing and the police department reaching out to these people that have license plate readers and such that I think will be impactful. Now, can we put them everywhere? We're getting ready to start working on a phase two of some of the funding that's left. But I also do think with those particular cameras that are going to the real-time crime lab will also help the police department with, tracking these folks that are doing the legal dumping.
Thank you. And that is, the cameras are, I know we discussed it a little bit on Friday, but they're new and they're showing some success early, which is
Correct.
very encouraging. And I know some neighborhood groups, I'll give a shout out to the Morris neighborhood group. They've gone ahead and taken the initiative to have their own cameras installed as well. So I know we're seeing some progress on that front, and I think it's important to actually prosecute and show people we're not playing around with this. That's how we close the loop. I will give up the microphone for now for any questions for the committee. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the proposed changes. I would support those when brought forward. My question it was mentioned that Wichita has, you could say, the strictest out of the jurisdictions that we looked at, and they changed that last year. Do we have any data from Wichita of how successful those changes have been?
No, but I can have that for you when I bring forward the ordinance amendments.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to make quick comment, and then I also want to commend Mr. Kell and his team for getting started on this project. It's obvious what we've done in the past wasn't working. When I see it costs $103,000 to get the trash, and all we collected was 500. There's a serious challenge there. So I'm glad that we are working to do a better job of getting the violators taken care of. My question is, I know you said phase two for the cameras are going in. When is that? When will the phase two actually happen? And what are the locations potentially?
I'm just going to quickly jump in. I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't want to discuss the exact locations in a public meeting. online,
That
but
makes sense.
Yeah, so, and I shared that with Commissioner Kump last week, just
Okay.
for the fact of the policing that we're doing. We don't want to expose because we just don't want to tell someone because then they'll just shift to another area. So
Exactly.
the idea is most likely the dumping that we're seeing are repeat offenders. So we do have some areas, but I can at least tell you when Rocky spoke of the 5 message boards that we put up, we effectively put those in the 5 worst districts that have illegal dumping. So we took one of the districts that had heavy illegal dumping. So the second phase will be coming fairly soon. We're having a meeting with the police department and with our group and everybody, and then taking it back to the administration. But we will share with the commission offline where that is, so you guys are aware if it's in your district or not.
Thank you.
thank you. Commissioner Burns.
John, regarding the illegal dumping, is it most of it construction waste?
Yes, well, a lot of it is construction waste that we find. I mean, we'll come across anything from dumpsters worth of roofing materials from roofing contractors. It looks like people that are doing home remodels and apartments, a lot of that, but we'll even run into, I mean, you guys see it firsthand, tires, mattresses, bags of leaves, trees. I mean, we have the recycling center that is open to take, tree debris, and they'll still just pull over on the highway somewhere or down a dead end road. So, but yeah, we do see a lot of construction type materials, paints, chemicals. So I do feel like there probably is in some arena that these folks are working for general contractors. They're probably getting paid to leave a construction site, and they're probably, unfortunately pocketing the money and dumping it in our community.
And the tires are very expensive to dispose of, right?
Correct.
Like how much?
Let's see, is Dale?
Approximately.
It varies. I mean, it's cost us 7,600. Apologize. It's cost us 7,600 since September. So from September to July, it's 7,600. So that's anywhere. It just varies. So it can be $5 a tire to, I mean, I've gone on the side of the road and picked up like the big diesel tires and stuff. And those are like $35 a piece that we get
And
charged.
if we bring the tires in muddy, that's an additional cost because they have to clean them to recycle them. So it does have a $10 up to $100, depending on the tire size that we get from, it's a commercial vehicle to a kind of a smaller grade type vehicle. So it does vary, but it is expensive, especially when we go to these sites where there's more than, a few tires being dumped, where someone's deliberately backed up with the truck and, dumped 30 to 60 tires.
Are the white wall tires cheaper?
No comment.
And I mean, it is construction material, but I will tell you, we have picked up 3 boats just that have been dumped on the side of the road. So I mean, whole entire boats that they've just dumped.
And one of the boats was recently in the last 2 weeks, which was captured with the real-time crime lab, and the police department was able to go right to the gentleman's house. And so that was a good feeling to see, but literally used his boat to fill up other debris inside the boat and took it to one of our locations and just dropped it off the road.
Yeah, the fines are well and good, but until our judges, when it gets to a point, can start throwing some of these people in jail, charging for being there, and give them up to about 30 days, I think you'll see the word will spread around to the dumps, those that are dumping. And I just hope that the administrator can find a way to encourage those judges that I can only speak for myself on the commission, that we mean business. And it needs to stop. We put up in this community way too long, and until we can find a way to put those people away for a while, it's going to continue to happen.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you for all the work you're doing. Rocky, you've been so instrumental in all of this and very, ABC, the MBR in my district has given me places and I've sent them right to you, and you have told me we can't do it this week, but we'll do it next week. And then you communicate with me when those spots have been taken care of. And so I really appreciate not just the hard work, but the communication you do with us and the communication you're trying to do with the community as well. So thank you to everyone involved.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I echo those sentiments. I know this is a multi-department effort, parks, building and logistics, the street department. The bottom line is this costs our taxpayers money and it makes our community look less inclusive and more run down. So I echo Commissioner Burns' sentiment that I want it to be clear that we're taking this seriously and this will have consequences. And I'm very encouraged to hear that with the rollout of some of these cameras, we're already seeing that happen in real time. Any final questions from the committee? All right, Clerk, did we receive any comments from the public on this item?
No comments received.
Thank you. Clerk, is there anyone online who wishes to speak to this item?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone appearing in person who wishes to speak to this item? If so, please approach the podium. Seeing no one, this was for information only, so no vote is taken. Again, thank you all for being here and for answering our questions.
Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda, item 4.12, is an update regarding infrastructure funding initiative with Kansas City, Kansas, Bonner Springs, and Edwardsville, also known as Sci-Fi. I will recognize Dr. Shelley Knieven, CFO, for presentation and remarks.
Good evening, Shelley Knieven, CFO. This is just a discussion item. There was some questions by the commission at a previous session about how we funded the county initiative for funding infrastructure. Thanks. Sci-Fi and gathering information so that if we were able to fund this in the future, and it is a topic of the current budget discussion, to reevaluate how we would distribute those dollars. I do believe that we have, I was looking all in the audience. We have Amber Vogan with the City of Bonner Springs. So we had invited Bonner and Edwardsville both, but I think Edwardsville had a conflict. So anyway, so just a couple of quick things. So a little history of the Sci-Fi. There is a state statute that enables this program to be funded. It's KSA 19-120. But it is not required to be funded, but it provides a mechanism that allows counties to fund this. The use of the funds has to be specifically for capital construction and major maintenance, not just routine maintenance of public infrastructure. That can include design, right-of-way, utilities, and construction. Specifically, salaries, administrative fees, equipment, and debt service are not eligible. So there are some rules that go along with this funding mechanism for counties that are able to fund the program. We had funded it for a number of years. It was suspended in 2009 due to some revenue constraints that the budget had, as I understand it. It was then funded partially in 2023 at $500,000, and in 2024, the budgeted number was $1,980,000. How we funded it was we set aside a property tax mill for this. Then the distributions were done based on the actuals. So we estimate what those taxes will be, and then we did the distribution on the actuals, which you can see the number there. It was not included in the 25 or 26 budget due to funding constraints. And in 24, the Public Works Department had recommended a pro rata share be based on a population, land area, and lane miles formula that they had done. And before that, back in 2009 and before, it was based on land area and land miles. And so that was the recommendation, of which the majority of the county is Kansas City, Kansas. Bonner Springs was 8.7 at that time, and Edwardsville was 5.1. The commission instead approved an alternative formula. They allocated 50% of the money go to KCK, 25% to Bonner, and 25% to Edwardsville. So you can see on the left was really how the revenue was levied, who paid the revenue, because it was a property tax, and then how that money was then distributed to the three respective cities. There's the amounts of money that was distributed, as I talked about before. So how the funds were used for City of Kansas City, Kansas, Public Works used that funding for pavement preservation, our overlay program we do throughout the entire area. They added it to their program. So it was done in City of Kansas City, Kansas boundaries for the overlay program. And I think I'll ask Amber if she wants to talk about how Bonner used their funding, and then we'll wrap up with some things that you can consider for future formula considerations.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here to speak. I'm Amber Vogan, City Manager for City of Bonner Springs. In the past, in 2006 to 2009, we used our sci-fi funds to catch up on a lot of deferred maintenance and street repairs that we needed. In 2023, we used it for some culvert improvements on Kansas Avenue, which is one of our busiest east-west roads. In 2024, we used this to do a significant sidewalk project on West Morse and 2nd Street. This had safer routes to the middle school, elementary, and 2 of our parks. We added sidewalks in areas where people were walking along the street where we didn't have sidewalks before. So being near our schools and our parks, this was really helpful in those areas. We also received a little bit of remaining 2024 funds, I think after delinquent taxes came in and things. So we used that to fill, we're using that this year to fill another gap on West Morse to fill in that whole area so that there's sidewalks along the entire road. Going forward, if these funds were to be awarded in the future, we just completed a connectivity and walkability plan, and this identified areas with accessibility challenges, gaps in infrastructure, and ways we can make travel safer between neighborhoods, schools, and key destinations such as parks, downtown, and our retail areas. It showed us critical need and high priority areas, and our biggest priority would be to improve sidewalks and crossings on routes near schools and parks. So we'd utilize the connectivity and walkability plan along with our stormwater plan to get some of these major projects completed in our city. Thank you.
Our understanding is that Edwardsville used the funding very similarly, and we'll follow up with the commission. They've had turnover in staff, and so they were trying to identify some of those historical records, and we'll get that for the commission and just send it out via email. So if we were to move forward, here's just some data for you all to contemplate. What we did is we looked at the land area and how that breaks down between Kansas City, Bonner, Edwardsville, and Lake Quivera. We looked at the population and how that breaks down, and that is as of July 1st, 2025. And then the assessed value, since this is a property tax that gets levied, another way to be looking at it would be based on the assessed value, because that would indicate who's actually paying the tax. So just some ideas. It could be a combination of these, or it could be some other formula, or we could go back to the 50, 25, 25, however the commission would want to do that. Like I said, it is a budgetary decision that we're looking at for 27 budget. But we wanted to get this information to you at your request so that if we're able to proceed with that based on the commission's final decision, then we, after that, would need some direction on how you want to allocate the funds. And with that, we're glad to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Dr. Knieven. Ms. Vogan, thank you for being here tonight. I greatly appreciate it. Bonner Springs is just as much a part of the unified government as Kansas City, so I'm very grateful for your presence. Do you have a rough idea of what Bonner's infrastructure budget is on a given year?
For our streets and sidewalks and curbs specifically, we've been putting in about $1 million. And that's to get us caught up on a lot of past deferred maintenance that, during the recession, we weren't able to get to. So around the same time that you all did your pavement study with the vehicle that drove and did all of the data marks on the streets, we did the same thing, and it identified and prioritized all of our areas for us. So we've been kicking in more since that study so that we can get caught up.
Thank you. So about $1 million per year. So it's fair to say then that sci-fi funding is a significant amount of infrastructure funding for Bonner and presumably Edwardsville as well.
Absolutely. That was the 495 in the previous year was half of what we budgeted. So that was able to get us so much further than we've been able to get in the past with our funding. So we really appreciate the sci-fi funding.
Thank you. And I've made it no secret, I'm a very vocal proponent of sci-fi. I think it's an excellent program, and it's a way to fund all four corners of the county, because Kansas City, Kansas obviously also gets, the lion's share of the funding. So I'm going to continue to advocate for sci-fi in this budget cycle. And I know Interim County Administrator Howes has included sci-fi in the proposed budget, so I will continue to advocate for that. But again, thank you for being here, and we'll hope to get it done again this year. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Bogan, for coming. Question for you. I know right now we're trying to figure out what mechanism of how to formulate the formula. And the first time was using land mass, population, lane miles, and then the second time was a set percentage. Which formula type do you believe provided more opportunity for the cities of Bonner and Edwardsville to do the work that they needed?
Are you referring to this last time that we received funds or prior to that?
Both.
Both. This last time that we received funds where it was 25% was very helpful in getting us some funding that we needed for some critical sidewalks we needed in our city to increase safety for our school kids. So that was the best for, I think, Bonner and Edwardsville, but we're happy with any amount that we could get, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
I echo the comments of Commissioner Kump. I've always supported sci-fi. Unfortunately, 2 years ago when we were doing budget constraints and budget cuts, sci-fi was the very first thing to get on the chopping block. And I did not support that. And so I am happy with that Administrator House has brought that back into the budget, and so that we can continue to be a good partner with Edwardsville and Bonner. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments were received.
Thank you, clerk. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak to this item?
No hands are raised.
Thank you, clerk. Is there anyone appearing in person who wishes to speak to this item? If so, please approach the podium. Please state your name and city of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner. James Bain, Kansas City, Kansas. I wasn't here to speak on this topic. I was coming for another issue, but it's kind of relating. We're going to talk later tonight about some needs in the community and needs in city of Kansas City, Kansas. And we've talked about a lot of needs throughout this budget season. And then we come to a presentation like this and we find out the city of Kansas City, Kansas is diverting sales tax revenue to the cities of Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. Of course, they're going to say the 50, 25, 25 is what they want, because the taxes are being diverted from Kansas City, Kansas residents to the other cities. And so that's all I wanted to point out. I hope we've learned in this budget season that we've got to stop diverting taxes to this developer and that developer in this city and that city. We've got to keep our taxes here and taking care of some of these programs that we're about to hear about later on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. One clarification, these are county taxes we're talking about. So Bonner and Edwardsville do also pay these county taxes. Dr. Knieven?
Yes, and further clarification, they're property taxes, they're not sales taxes. So it's property taxes that the county, everybody in the county pays. But the point is understood.
Thank you. This item was for information only. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. I want to say I agree with Mr. Bain. Oh, sorry, Kelly White.
Amen.
Yes, Kelly White, Kansas City, Kansas. I want to say that I agree with that. It should be proportionate. Yes, of course, they are in the county and it's from property tax, but their formula should be proportionate to the amount that they're paying. That seems to make the most sense.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, Matt Kleinman, Kansas City, Kansas. I just want to echo my two neighbors here. Doing some round of back of napkin math. Based on what you all described, it looks like Edwardsville received $104.85 per person. Bonner Springs received $62.17 per person. And Kansas City, Kansas residents received $6.27 per person. Thank you.
Final call. Anybody else appearing in person? Seeing none, this was for information only. Thank you. And our final item tonight on Public Works is item 4.13. Presentation on the proposed Public Works Citizens Academy. I will now recognize Troy Shaw, Director of Public Works, for presentation and remarks.
Evening, Commissioners. Evening, Commissioners. I think Troy Shaw, Director of Public Works, is going to hang out in the back. He's got more stuff to do later tonight. My name's Dave Reno. I am Public Works' Community Engagement Officer. I'm going to talk real quickly about something that we're doing. It's called a Citizens Academy. Now, Citizens Academy is not something that is generally new. In fact, KCK, Unified Government, we have some already. The Police Department and the Sheriff's Office both run Citizens Academies to great success for a number of years now. And in a way, they are the inspiration for this. I would say nationally, Citizens Academies are becoming more popular. Here locally, we have Topeka doing one, Olathe does one, Wichita has one. So we thought, well, let's do our own too. The purpose of the Citizens Academy, from our perspective, is just to help folks drill down a little bit into what Public Works does. So certainly, if your toilet doesn't flush, you know what we do because it doesn't work, right? But if you see a snowplow out and it's doing its job, you know what we do. But there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that folks don't always have access to. They might not otherwise know about. And this program is designed to help them do that. So talk a little bit about the program. It is going to be 6 evening sessions from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. We are limiting it to 25 participants. That's pretty on par with what our neighbors do and other programs around the country do. Ideally, you want a smaller group so that you're going to have more intimate discussions, get down to the weeds just a little bit more. I think our engineers would love to do that, so ideal number for them. We're not going to just hold this at City Hall in a conference room somewhere. We're going to do this in multiple locations. We're also going to get out in the field. We want people to really, for example, experience patching a pothole. We want them to feel the heat of the asphalt coming out of the back of that truck. We want them to hear the sounds. We want them to smell the smells and really see what our folks see on a daily basis. So we're going to tour around, we're going to do some demonstrations, and then of course, expert presentations. There's a lot of folks behind the scenes that do this as a career, have done it for 45 years in some cases. They know what they're talking about, but you might not otherwise ever hear from them because they don't come to presentations like this, or they don't answer phone calls when you call. So one of the cooler things we're going to do is a budget simulation. Obviously, the unified government always has to, balance doing one thing over another thing, and we want residents to have that experience too. That way they can get a feel for, hey, if we have 2 streets and they're both damaged, how do we decide which one is going to get paved and which one isn't? It's a difficult thing to do. So we think running them through a program like that might help them get into our shoes just a little bit. So there's a number of things you're going to learn, and we will cover all of Public Works divisions. So wastewater, environmental services, what happens, a lot of folks, we always ask our new hires in the morning when we meet them, did you brush your teeth this morning? And of course, so far, no one said no, which is great. They all brush their teeth. And so long as they're not on septic, when they brush their teeth, that dirty water goes down the drain. We ask them, well, then what? Well, nothing. They don't think about it because it works, right? But once that hits the drain, it gets out to the main in the middle of the street, generally, it's Public Works' responsibility to make sure that it gets cleaned and put back into the environment safely and responsibly. Never think about all that stuff afterwards, right? Because it works. Solid waste management, we talk about all the programs that we have and of course how management contract goes. Fleet services, another unsung hero really of the unified government. You never think about them because when you pick up the phone to call the police because you need assistance from an officer, the operator doesn't say, sorry, we don't have any cars available. There are always cars available, and they're available because of the work that the team in fleet services does. We have asset management, geospatial services. These are our data crunchers. These are the folks who help us make long-term decisions about, maintenance, and they keep track of all the stuff that's in the ground and has been in the ground in some cases for more than 100 years. Stormwater management, why does that matter for a city? Why would something like green infrastructure matter for a city? And then street maintenance and traffic, we think that one will be popular. Again, back to that patching potholes, but more fundamentally also, how do you pick which street gets paved in the long run? Lastly, but certainly not least, is engineering and project management. And then our budget team. So Public Works does have a large budget. How do we make sure that we are making efficient and wise recommendations to commission so that we can go out and do work for the community that actually matters and makes a difference in the long run? Okay, so applications have not opened yet, but they will open on August 31st. We encourage any Kansas City, Kansas residents to apply for this program. It's a pretty straightforward application. We're not accepting minors except for one condition. If you have a minor student who is 17 years old in high school, they can apply for this program, but they have to participate with a parent or a guardian. So applications will open on the 31st. They'll close on September 30th, so be open about a month. I wouldn't waste the time, get on it, because we imagine it's going to be high demand and it will probably fill up pretty quickly. Then the academy itself is going to run from October 14th to November 18th. And then although we haven't actually spoken to you about this yet, we would like to bring that class to a commission meeting for some recognition of the work that they've done in November. So if you would like to learn more about this program or you'd like to apply, we encourage you to hop online, wicokck.org/PW Academy, or scan that QR code, and we'll also be distributing some flyers and things like that. For our residents who maybe don't have internet access but would still like to apply, call 311 and ask to speak with Dave Reno in Public Works, and we will get you a paper application. I'm happy to take any questions. I'm sure the team back there is too, if you have any. So that's the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any member of the committee have any questions or comments? Seeing none, clerk, do we receive any comments on this item?
No comments received.
Thank you. Is there anyone appearing online who wishes to speak to this item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, is there anyone appearing in person who wishes to speak to this item? If so, please approach the podium. Seeing none, this was for information only. Thank you very much for the presentation. That was our last item. That concludes our meeting. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move for adjournment.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Kump.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. We're adjourned.
Administration and Human Services will start momentarily as we let staff switch out.
You gonna leave us? Okay. All right, have fun.
Go get my meals on wheels.
All right, good evening, everyone. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. When speaking, be sure and speak directly into a microphone so that all comments are heard and the record of the meeting is accurate. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public may submit comments by email prior to noon on the day of the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public will have an opportunity to provide brief comments virtually or from the fifth floor conference room of the municipal office building during the meeting. When speaking, please state your name and city of residence for the record. Comments should be limited to the topic of that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. I will now call the meeting of the Administration and Human Services Standing Committee for Monday, August 17th, 2026 to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Roll call. Lopez, we have an absence memo. Hill,
Here.
Howard,
Present.
Kump,
Here.
Ramirez.
Here. Thank you, clerk. Are there any revisions to the agenda this evening?
Yes, Commissioner, we have issued an agenda update. On that agenda update, we added documents and some additional language to item number 4.3. And this evening, we are also changing the order of the agenda. So item numbers 4.4, 4.5, and 4.6 will be heard by the committee first.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our first item, we have minutes from our July 13th, 2026 meeting. Is there a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second.
Howard second.
There is a motion by Commissioner Kump, a motion by Commissioner Howard. Roll call.
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Kump,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Minutes have been approved. We have several items on our agenda this evening. Our first item is item number 4.4. The first item on our agenda is an annual update on technology infrastructure department projects, programs, accomplishments, challenges, and upcoming priorities. I will recognize Kevin Bibbs, Director of Technology Services, for presentation and remarks.
Okay, good evening. My name is Kevin Bibbs. I'm the Executive Director of Technology, and I will be providing a very brief overview today of who we are and what we do. Technology, we cover everything from security to infrastructure, which includes switches, firewalls. We support enterprise software such as the Microsoft applications. We're also responsible for the telephony phone system, which is some of the actual desk phones, as well as our large phone bill that we do pay that covers the entire government and all of its buildings. Backup services, as well as meeting support. And so what does that actually look like for technology? We actually support 1,600 devices, 1,400 users, over 100 applications, 40 departments, as well as all of the UG facilities, including community centers and that underlying infrastructure, which is those switches and those firewalls. We have a total of 22 staff. And of those 22, we have 4 individuals who are responsible for our enterprise desktop support. And just one thing that I want to point out, one of the numbers on the side there in that red box, the average IT support ratio is between 1 to 80 individuals or 1 to 125. And we are currently at a ratio of about 1 to 350. So the staff is pretty busy. Our hours of support range from 6:30 in the morning to sometimes midnight. What used to be midnight is what I'll say for those commission meetings. But our team is responsible for support for those commission meetings, but we do have a presentation a little bit later, and you will hear a little bit more about the strategic commission meetings that we will be discussing. So, or our support, I should say. A portion of responsibilities. So this is a very wordy slide on purpose, and I am not going to read every line, but I wanted to show you the depth of the work that the team actually completes. So each line and every comma inside is actually a request or a project that staff has actually completed within the last 12 months. So just some of the things that they have actually touched. And service requests, which is one of my favorite topics. I'm not sure how my team feels and staff, but it is absolutely necessary. As you can imagine, with 4 individuals providing support for 40 plus departments, there are times when everyone is busy, which is one of the reasons that tracking and being able to get those stats is important to be able to bring back to this particular commission group. And again, I would just ask staff, if you have a UG issued device and you have issues, please just put in the ticket so that way we can make sure that we actually work them in the manner in which they were received. So upcoming projects for us in technology, we have already purchased one of the UPSs that we need. And that's just that uninterrupted power supply for our data center to make sure that our switches stay up. We are looking at replacing our core switches. So we were able to, through some of the cost savings created from the team, we were actually able to purchase those. So we are hoping that we can get that scheduled. We were trying to wait for World Cup, as this will unfortunately be a downtime. So we're partnering with our groups that are 24/7 to get that on the schedule. Wireless access points. So as you can imagine, we want to make sure that we can provide wireless connectivity throughout all of our buildings. And so with all the cell phones and new devices that are coming in, we just want to make sure that we can increase that capacity. And then from a security standpoint, just truly looking at that zero trust network. We touched on this one last week, but I was hoping to get this slide in before the budget presentation for Commissioner Hill. But my technology budget at times is sometimes a little complex. So one of the things that I did very early in my role here was make sure that we separate out what it cost me as a department head to run technology versus what we spend on enterprise actual systems such as our Microsoft agreement or Workday or Esri and some of those other things that show up inside of the enterprise system support budget. Areas of opportunity. So staffing shortages, again, that 1 to 350, it definitely causes strain on staff. We unfortunately sometimes get slower responses, but what I will say is that one of the reasons our team, even though it may not be their role, you probably have seen people work outside of their normal roles because it truly is a team effort. And so sometimes if everybody is actually busy, you may actually get me helping with the meeting or IT issue. So legacy systems and infrastructure. So we support a lot of outdated hardware. And there are systems that have been around for a while, but they still hold critical information. So we just do our best to try to protect and secure those things as we try to move forward. Modernization, again, back to staffing shortages and truly kind of restricting our cloud adoption rate at which we would actually like to move. So vision for technology. I would absolutely love to get us to 100% staffing. I'm not sure what that actually means, but we would love to be able to actually provide some additional level of support. And the 100% cloud-based application architecture, truly making sure that the government can operate 24/7. We have been working with procurement to actually move our requirements up into the RFP process, which has been fantastic. So thank you to our procurement group. Migrate, move, and sunset legacy applications. This one is critical based on the data retention policies, and we have been working with the clerk's office, and they have been fantastic. So thank you, Monica, and your staff for helping us try to get to that portion. And then again, just trying to continue to improve our security posture, as well as ensure that all of our software licenses are allocated correctly. And last but not least, which I believe is one of the most important things, is provide the training resources for all of our staff. And that's going to include everything from Microsoft apps to cybersecurity and any other enterprise, which again, we want to make sure that we truly set staff up to be successful so we can in turn, so they can in turn provide to our community. And with that, I will take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does any member of the committee have any questions for Director Bibbs?
No comments were received.
I was asking if Commissioner Howard had any questions.
His hand is not raised.
Okay, perfect. I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments received.
Thank you. I'll now ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to make a comment.
No hands are raised.
Is there anyone appearing in person who would like to address this item? Let the record show no one has stepped forward. Thank you so much, Director Bibbs. We appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you for everything you do. Thank you.
This item was for information only. Item number 4.5 is the next item on our agenda, is an update on department projects, programs, and initiatives from the Performance and Innovation Division of the Technology Department. I'll recognize Crystal Sprague, Director, for presentation and remarks.
Thank you so much, and good evening, Chair and members of the Standing Committee. This item too is for information only, and it is to review the Project Management or Performance and Innovation Department. So thanks first. I'm here along with some staff that's representing tonight on behalf of Performance and Innovation. At the conclusion of today's presentation, I aim to have provided you an overview of the department and some considerations for how projects have and can amplify the investment in the public sector. So we'll start first by saying that P&I sits within the reporting structure of the Chief Information Officer that you just heard from. We're made up of 3 divisions, 311, which I presented on a couple of weeks ago, as well as Workday Enterprise Management and Project Management. Our project management team manages a portfolio that is very vast. It includes things like payment processing to fiber and camera and enterprise platforms. The team's made up of specialists from all kinds of disciplines for project management, and we partner with departments to strengthen performance, modernize systems, and enhance service for both internal and external users. Not all projects have a technical component. Some of our projects are process-driven and involve process improvement. The Project Management Division is lucky enough to have 3 certified PMPs, which is pretty amazing, as well as a certified program management professional. There aren't very many of those in the United States, and we're lucky to have one. We also have staff certified in Scrum, Six Sigma, and behavior modification. The Workday management team also manages enterprise-level ERP software, all aspects of the governance, technology, and non-technical realms of our ERP software or Workday that you all have heard about so frequently in the past. Both project management and Workday team members supplement other areas and have change management components. They often overlap to fill gaps. Mm-hmm. As we're working on that, I'll talk a little bit about how we manage projects in the public sector. We like to be very purposeful in illustrating that our team goes beyond traditional project management. We manage programs and projects at a full life cycle. So traditional project management might start at the project start date or kickoff. We are involved in all areas of project management, including the RFP process, and other realms within the project management world. So we often manage the business case and requirements gathering, including the purchasing process, and we start right at the beginning, and oftentimes we're with the project in post-deployment. So P&I has grown gradually. It has started recently, but grown gradually, starting as an idea that project management disciplines could benefit the decentralized deployments of past years and bring cross-organizational awareness to technology selections. Today's platforms require, and you guys have heard Kevin and I talk about this, they require specialized skills to achieve that return on investment. They require that we have an insight to integrations, that they be cloud-based, that they provide cybersecurity, and they favor standardization over customization. Adding project management early to a software purchase, has improved outcomes and can provide better support for the departments who are trying to deploy a management system, but also do their regular work. The nature of our department's creation should not diminish some of the early wins, however. The project managers in years past have assisted in projects like electronic medical record system for the health department and the migration of the UG website. We've helped the KCK, FD, and PD with time and scheduling projects and expanded the fiber infrastructure and camera network. The deployment of Workday was one of the largest technical and process management-driven projects that the UG has undertaken. Post-deployment, our team absorbed several positions and repurposed those positions for Workday platform, which provides services to employees of the UG and all of the employees of the UG. There we go. So what's active now? Last year marked one of our largest and most diverse years of project management. Highlights include the reinstitution of electronic ticketing at the police department, improvements to payment processing across the UG, migration of permitting and licensing structures to the cloud, launch of the Gov AI agent on our website, and the expansion of the fiber and camera networks. We also assisted planning and neighborhood resource teams with fully digitizing a temporary short-term rental application for the World Cup process, and it was a good testing ground for more improvements on the Acela platform. Currently, the project management teams are assisting with projects in areas like e-ticketing for parking control, helping the municipal court install a new municipal court and probation management system, improving the development review process, installing an asset management solution for Parks and Rec, and like you'll hear later tonight, shortly after my presentation, acting as the project managers for the broadcast system replacement. Recently, we also began work on the migration of the election and fire websites to a modernized and more accessible platform, which will be ADA compliant and load much faster than it loads today. And shortly, we'll begin work on upgrading the tax administration solution and continue to standardize payment solutions across the UG. So these are just a few. There's a QR code in the middle of the screen now that you can see. That QR code will lead you to our website, and that'll give you a full list of our projects completed, underway, and planned. In addition to project management, we also support the governance and management of several other systems. You'll see our governance boards listed there. Those governance or executive boards provide strategic oversight for project deployment, but then also post-deployment for some projects. It's comprised of leadership members from across the UG. And then our change management boards, you'll see that we have 7 of those. The change control boards or change management boards approve, reject, or defer proposed changes to systems and processes or products. It minimizes operational risk, reduces cost, and ensures controlled documentation of changes. These are all truly cross-functional. We always bring our cross-functional teams to the table, whether it be in a governance board, change management board, or a project that we are working to deploy. So like I mentioned earlier, P&I follows the traditional project phases of initiation all the way through closure, but we add some phases onto the beginning and the end. That's not a traditional project management role. We expand that life cycle to include exploration and purchasing. So we assist in the purchasing process up front, as well as post-support enterprise system management. Assigning project managers early in project deployment, and I will say even earlier than deployment, at selection and maybe even requirements gathering, has significant advantages, and extending their involvement beyond the typical closure, sometimes into post-support and enterprise management, helps optimize the project. However, in some cases, this extended engagement is the result of less than ideal resource planning at the time that the product is purchased. It can restrict resources for the next project, and even small investments in technology, small, maybe less than a certain dollar threshold of technology platform purchases, can have resourcing implications post-implementation. In those cases where large enterprise platforms remain with P&I, we start to establish a process to make sure that we're governing that particular enterprise platform successfully. We manage through tasks and projects that are defined and prioritized, and we get executive buy-in, change control board review, and always informed by the organizational direction. That's how we get from go live to true value, is to make sure that we've got good governance on those enterprise systems. So I was invited by the chair to speak this evening about technology, productivity, and provide an overview of P&I. Presenting on a broad topic like technology can be really challenging. CIO Bibbs spoke to technology as a broader and more strategic level approach. I want to focus on a couple of core elements when it comes to project selection and management that can really make a difference. These elements are very critical to ensuring that when we invest in a system, and systems today are not drops in the bucket. Sometimes these systems are quite costly. When we invest in these systems, the investment meaningfully advances productivity and supports broader goals and the pillars of the elected body. So as I'll go, I'll share some examples of projects that successfully embodied these principles and illustrate what getting it right looks like and some areas where we can do better. So let's start with Workday. Our Workday deployment is a great example of how when enterprise strategy and defined roles and disciplines come together with executive support and standardization. Workday replaced disconnected legacy platforms, spreadsheets, paper files, and processes. We deployed 19 modules between the fall of 22 and the winter of 23, and we digitized the entire employee lifecycle and fiscal activities into one system of record. This project started with a strong governance model. It involved 100+ employees. It prioritized standardization over uniqueness, and it was guided by executive leadership. It transformed how the UG works and how software is managed and optimized here. I'm going to give you one example. This is a small, very small, benign process. This was radically changed with the Workday deployment and using the disciplines that I'm speaking of. Previously, changing an employee's address involved supervisors, HR, affidavits, and manual handoffs. Time-consuming and error-prone it was, and it required manual adjustments to 9 systems of record outside of the UG and a paper file adjustment. So this is the process pre-Workday, and we find this in several of our deployments. The little graphic in the top right corner that you see is a sticker that was added to the paper file, and it depicts each and every external system of record that had to be manually changed with the same information before the address was changed officially in the HR department. After Workday deployment, the process runs as a standard Workday business process, and it takes 3 steps. It's usually done in a matter of minutes. In 2025, we processed 531 change of address actions, and they were completed through one system through the help of a job aid, and started with the employee. No managers had to be involved, no supervisors. HR reviews and approves, and the process runs pretty smoothly. Manual updates to insurance providers are not now handled through integrations. So this is an example of when enterprise systems are installed well. Workday has 87 unique integrations that have fired over the last 18 months, passing information to providers like banking institutions, office supply providers, and healthcare systems. They run on various frequencies, some managed by staff and some happen automatically, which brings me to my next core element, which is the integration expectation. Almost every system that we provide requirements for today, there is a requirement for some type of integration. We expect systems to talk to one another. Integrations must be built, monitored, changed, tested, deployed, and do it all over again. There's no magic to an integration. Each integration requires careful management, not just at the time of deployment, but in the years after, to reduce manual errors and maintain the information protections. This is oftentimes really important protected information that we're passing. When integration systems, we insist on those information protections and the guardrails to make sure we get the integrations right. To get it right, the expectation for systems to talk to each other must be defined before the platform is purchased. This includes identifying who will own the integration at deployment and post-deployment. So one vendor, smoother, simpler, more predictable integrations. Two vendors, more coordination, more cost, more testing, more maintenance, et cetera. Both have risks, both have rewards. This is an example of our CRM dreamscape today. We're moving in this direction, but let's look at this example of how we might leverage an enterprise relationship with a platform provider to increase the win and mitigate the risk. We're exploring an enterprise relationship among communications platforms. So I've talked to you several times over the last couple of months about our 311 CRM system. By aligning our customer-facing experiences, like leveraging a CRM alongside communication platforms like the Strategic Communications Platform, we gain integration benefits and we minimize risk and cost. The UG website and KCK PD websites are really good examples of this. It allows calendar events to flow between the two. If this relationship could be expanded to include other ways we communicate with citizens, we could improve access to information. Other considerations for platform investments include standardization. Here's an example of how standardization delivers predictability, or in this case, unpredictability. Constant workflows and systems mean reliable services. In this example, and this is a real life example that the P&I team worked on over the last year, we had 3 different departments using 3 different credit card machines, which results in 3 different customer experiences here at the UG, and then 3 separate reconciliations. In the case of our work in the last 12 months, we actually found 5 systems. So being able to make those systems work more consistently and find a standardized way for those payment processors to work, we boost productivity by reducing errors, we simplify training, and we standardize the experience for the customer. This is an example of that point of sale project. So lastly, I'd like to talk about how we can be more productive by buying today with tomorrow in mind. So as we think about buying platforms in the future or solutions, and we find new solutions that we think will solve the problems that we have today, it's important that we think about what is coming after that platform is installed. It's not simply just buying the platform, it's thinking about the support of that platform, the integration management, the licenses, how can we expand that platform to optimize it, as well as training staff turnover long-term. We're not buying platforms today that are static. We're buying platforms that need to be optimized over a period of time to get the value. So what does it take to be productive with a technology investment? We talked a little bit today about understanding strategy and organizational-wide project selection, but also leveraging enterprise systems where possible, investing in staff, upscaling competencies, defining roles, managing our integration expectation, and then buying with tomorrow in mind. So thank you very much for your time. I know this is not the most intriguing topic to talk about, but if you'd like more information about our projects, you can visit our website by following the QR code. And lastly, I'd like to mention that this kind of work is It can be pretty technical, but it's oftentimes more adaptive than it is technical. We're asking people to change how they do their business processes. We're asking them to change legacy behaviors into something different. So we can't do that alone. We do that with all the UG resources that come to bear beyond their normal work activities to be challenged outside their comfort zone and see the success in what a project could deploy in technology or a business process. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Sprague. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate everything that you and your department do.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, that item was for information only. Moving along, we are at item number 4.6. The next item on our agenda is a presentation regarding modernization and upgrade of the current UGTV broadcast system. I will now recognize Crystal McFetters, Communications Public Relations Director, for presentation and remarks.
There we go. Good evening, commissioners and community members. I am extremely excited. I'll have you go back to the first slide real quick. I'm extremely excited. I'm Crystal McFetters. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Crystal McFetters, Director of Strategic Communications, and I have had the pleasure of helping to be the team lead on this amazing modernization of our system that we all have become accustomed to using. We are using it right now. So I look at this as a great new broadcast solution that's going to open up greater opportunities for us. So, oops, sorry. Go back. All right. So thinking about how did we get here, and I have my core team and the executive team here I'm going to introduce here in a second, but how did we get here? The picture on the right, that was a mess. That used to be our control room in our commission chambers. As you can see, it's an old Mac computer that we were not able to do updates on, which is from a security standpoint is not a good thing. Uh-oh, go back for me. Okay, sorry. So we had so many different components. As you can see, when we would have a 5-6 hour meeting, we would have a technician that was locked to that room to help control our meetings. We had our hardware was installed in 2014, but like our core team member, Mr. Greg Wooten, that I'm gonna introduce here in a second, he mentioned that we have some of the equipment and build out in like our commission chambers that's literally over 20, 30 years old. I don't know why that keeps changing, but okay. There we go. So thinking about the life cycle of systems and technology, we've heard from Director Bibbs and Crystal Sprague about how technology is changing, and we have to be proactive in order to continue to grow as we serve the needs of our community members. So with the system that is out of life cycle comes many challenges, and so I'm going to go through some of those. And I don't know why this keeps changing. It's okay. So thinking about addressing our community concerns and closing gaps. So there's so many, and it's a busy slide, and I did that on purpose because when you really map out everything, when you think about our system, there's so many concerns, and if we don't address them, we will be reactive versus being proactive. So right now we are operating out of I don't know what timer's going on. Nope, I don't, but it's okay. It's all right, I'll be very here. We'll go quick, it's making me move fast. So we are moving and operating from an outdated system and software and equipment right now. And we're grateful that, it has not conked out on us yet. Our interim county administrator did a presentation a couple weeks ago during the budget proposal, and he said we're currently going off of bubble gum and Band-Aids, and he is so right. Just that very night, we had issues with our microphone system with the mayor, and it was not planned, I promise. That's what we kind of operate from because we have piecemealed our system over time. It's not been a complete overhaul of what we're doing now. So when we think about also some things that we're going to have to man, this is crazy. So for 2027, we're going to have to think about some ADA concerns that as of April 2027, that all of our digital, our website, our videos, how we communicate with our community members will have to be ADA compliant. We're doing a great job right now doing things manually, but we want a system that basically will address these concerns. Right now, we have an over-reliance on our third-party systems. Zoom, and YouTube. They have been great so far. For Zoom, we have a cost associated. For YouTube, it's free. But with that, if YouTube decides tomorrow that they're going to put a paywall, guess what? All of our data is stored there. We will have to adjust. We are bound to their terms of use. And we have been seeing that many school districts and municipalities are moving away from reliance on YouTube just for that reason, just because you really cannot control their system. It's their system. Right now, we don't have a true integrated system like with our website. Everything is, like I said, kind of other than what the clerk's office puts online. All of our stuff is, like I said, mentioned on YouTube and Zoom. Right now, we have no current closed captioning or keyword search. If you want to go back and say, I want to do a search on the American Royal meeting, you currently can't do that. You have to go back through the clerk's page and research through the agendas and go back through the meeting notes. There's so many layers. So when we think about our different concerns, think about the potential risks. So our current system can fail us. Like I said, it's great right now, but tomorrow or Thursday's meeting, it could conk out because it's so past life cycle. Also, we run the risk of ADA compliance violations as of that April 2027 deadline, and those fines can be so hefty, up to $75,000 for the very first incident and $150,000 for reoccurring violations. So we are trying to be proactive as possible to make sure we do not be on that list. Like I said, we're also we're bound to the terms and conditions of third-party systems, which we want to move away. Thank you. We want to definitely move away from. Also, we know when there is a barrier with people accessing information, it actually can cause people to disengage. So we don't want that. We want to create a system that if you're looking for information on our videos or directly on our website, we want you to be able to find it without having to truly dig. We don't want you to be like, well, you know what, I'm coming to my own conclusion. And so we're trying to help with alleviating that risk. Also, when we do have an issue with our system, as we are doing now, it's okay. We currently sometimes don't have a way of troubleshooting, of knowing exactly where, because our system was so outdated, we weren't able to do certain updates that we needed to do. We were kind of going blind. We did not have a true way of saying, oh, this was created or this was set up during this time. We know that now that we're on the life cycle, if we need to replace this, there were so many different components that we weren't able to control. Also, when I think about all of these different concerns, all of the risks, who is impacted, always go to our residents first. So Wyandotte County KCK residents are impacted. The UG Board of Commissioners, you all are trenched in these meetings and you need to make sure information is available to you. So these new concerns that we're addressing will help you in the future. UG employees that are trenched in this system as well as members of the media that help us get information out to our community members. Now we will go to the next slide. Yes. So thinking about this entire process and how did we get here, like I mentioned, in 2022, we were tasked as a strategic communications department of let's figure out, we've gotten so many different complaints from community members, let's figure out a system that works. So what we did, in 2022, we went out for an RFP, so a request for proposal. And after we did a lot of discussing with some different vendors, we realized, oh, we really need to completely overhaul this system, truly. So we went back to the drawing board, and I'm so grateful that we waited. And we have an amazing core and executive team. So like I said, myself, I am the project sponsor and lead. I have Mr. John Kelly behind me, our Buildings and Logistics Director. I apologize, you all, which is our executive sponsor. We have Crystal Sprague as an executive sponsor. Mr. Kevin Bibbs, he is a poster child for the UG. So he's, yes, we had to put the logo for the UG. And Mr. Rodney Lucas is our Assistant County Administrator, also on our executive team. So our executive team, we go to them for any kind of feedback, just to make sure that before anything is rolled out, that we have their buy-in, or they give us questions that we sometimes may not have thought of. But on the core team, the core project team, kind of the day-to-day, these just up-to-date different meetings, we have Mr. Carrick McCall. He is our project manager. Monica Sparks, our lead UG, our clerk. AJ Montez, he is over our cybersecurity department and works directly under Mr. Kevin Bibbs and technology. Greg Wooten, He's our lead that helps from our Buildings and Logistics Department. Sarah Toms, lead from our Change Management Department under Crystal Sprague, and Irene Mansfield, which is our lead webmaster. So like, as you can see, it's a collaborative effort. Everyone that truly needs to be at the table is at the table to make sure we have the best solution for our community. New system brings greater opportunities. So we want our system, guess what, to be ADA compliant by April 2027. And the route we're going, it will truly be ADA accessible without a lot of manual obstacles that we are currently doing. We want to make sure that all of our residents can fully access our meeting, and that includes our, like I said, our employees. We don't want to create any barriers. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, I apologize. It's a timer that's set on there that should not be. We also want to make sure that we talk about transparency, and right now everything is truly transparent on our website and, like I said, through YouTube and through Zoom, but we want to make it as easy as possible. So right now we want our system to be truly integrated directly through our website. So if you go to ycokck.org, you will be able to access the meetings directly instead of having to go to YouTube and going through that whole issue. You'll be able to go right to our homepage and access these meetings. And as you can see, there are a few other options, but the timer is going to time me, so I'll go to my next one for the sake of time. This is a busy slide, but it is on purpose. I was excited when you think about a new system, what are all the features that we can have? Think about the room that we're in now. All of these upgrades that we're talking about will mirror one another, from the 5th floor conference room to the commission chambers in the lobby downstairs. So we will have upgraded microphone systems, which will be push-to-talk mics, as well as a wireless system. And right now, I don't know if you can see some of the cameras and different things that we'll have. We will have 5 upgraded HD cameras set up. So for example, Commissioner Kump, if you are talking, it will zoom right in on you. Commissioner Ramirez, it will zoom right in on you. It will give lower thirds to say your name. It will show you where we are in the agenda. So if you tune in right now, you don't know where we are in the agenda. It will literally list.
Sure, you're selling it there.
Yeah, you see how I did that? That is a good, yes. You see how we did that? But it will at least give you the option to see where we are in the agenda. Also, closed captioning. Right now, we are kind of at the mercy of, we put closed captioning on YouTube, but sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. That's the risk of running on someone else's platform. With this new system, we will have live closed captionings available in English and Spanish for right now, with the option for additional languages to come. ADA hearing, it keeps moving, ADA hearing technology devices. And so there will be a set that will be in the 5th floor conference room as well as downstairs. Yep. And I'll kind of just go through a few of these, and you all can check some of these out online. But like I said, these are upgrades that are standard for newer systems. And so we want to make sure our system is up to date as well. And I'm going to turn it over to Carrick McCall, our project manager, to kind of go through the timeline as well as equipment upgrade, operating costs, and some different phases.
I'm Carrick McCall, project manager from the Performance Innovation Department. Just to go over some quick numbers for this project. On the left side, that $412,000 is going to be the cost for year 1 for the audio or for the video equipment upgrades, and then also it will include the service costs, and that includes a director from the vendor who will manage the cameras and also will do those lower thirds that Crystal was talking about. It also includes the services such as cloud storage, so all of our meetings will be backed up, and that is a large portion of that cost. On the right, that's the audio, so that's all the audio equipment, install all new microphones and all new speakers in both meeting locations. Year 2 and 3, those are the continued service costs. So those are the costs of the cloud services, the directing of meetings, which are purchased by the hour. We'll note that those can roll over. So we're a little high, I think, right now on the hours. And if we don't use all the hours for a meeting direction, then we can roll those over to future years and lower the year 2 and year 3 costs by doing that. Yeah, and the direction of the meetings will be for the commission meetings and the standing committees only right now, with the potential to add on other committees and boards as we implement this project.
Oh, sorry.
So there you see the total project cost for year one. Right now, we currently have an approved budget of $450,000 that was approved, I believe, a couple years ago. And we have $300,000 that is in the 2026 amended budget. I'll finish with what we're doing with the spend. It's not all new spend. We do have current spend on these meetings for direction and for other services. Some of those are hard to quantify, such as employee hours, working with some equipment and infrastructure that is 20 years or older. And it's hard to quantify the potential costs of break fix, and that's employee hours or vendor service hours that we would need to get back up and running for meetings. Or just to quickly go over project phases, we began with the project team at the end of 2025 and getting that core project team together from, I think, 5 or 6 different departments. Excuse me. When we got the project team together at the end of 2025, we began meeting to discuss requirements gathering. What do we need in this product? What do we need to service the community and increase transparency and increase ease of access for community members? We kicked off the project in the middle of last month, in the middle of July, and since then we have moved on to phase 2 here, which is configuration and testing. We're talking about how do we need to mold the vendor's product into what we need. By the end of the year, we'll be moving to phase 3, which will be the installation and testing. We expect this to be done over about a week. So one of the meeting locations will be closed for about a week while we do one, and then we will switch down to the other, so there'll always be one available for meetings. Once that will be a hard switch over, we will bring in hopefully a couple of you all, if not all of you all commissioners, to get familiar with the new microphones and the new system. And we'll be ready to start meeting with good HD video and great audio quality.
Thank you, Carrick. So what's next? So looking ahead, next steps, we're calling this UGTV 2.0. It is coming, like I said, in before January of next year. So if you think about next year, we will be celebrating 30 years of the anniversary unification of the UG. And we are leveling up our customer service. We talk about what level of service do we want to provide to our community members. We want to make sure that they can assess and access the information directly, as well as thinking about just the commission priority of increasing and truly improving customer service and communication. This system will do that for not just UG employees, but our community members, making information right at their fingertips, keyword searches, ADA compliance, everything that's available. And Carrick, like Carrick mentioned, this particular system that we're going with, a lot of other cities and municipalities have gone to this, and we can provide you with some information for some links of if you want to take a look at what our system will somewhat look like, but ours will be a little bit customizable, but it'll give you a feel of when you see the lower thirds, and just it'll truly enhance our overall interaction with our community members. So at this time, I will stand for any questions, as well as the core and executive team.
Thank you, Director McFetters. Commissioner Kump.
Thank you, Chair. Come to at large. I want to start by saying that I'm encouraged by the communications team's commitment to, participation and fostering accessibility and transparency and engagement. And you kind of touched on it, but there's a difference between something being technically available and being actually searchable and findable for the average citizen. So the more engagement we have, the better. That's the bottom line, quite frankly. I do have one question, and it might be for the county administrator. So I saw it's for this system upgrade, $450,000. Is that what's in the 2027 proposed budget?
Crystal McFetters, Director of Strategic Communication. That is actually what we currently have secured. So starting in 2022, initially when the commission came to us and said, hey, find a solution, we were given half of that fund. And when we went back to them and said, hey, the amount that we were awarded it would probably only get us microphones. So we went back and truly showed them that, hey, if we want to do this, let's do it correctly and do everything right. Make sure our hardware, all of the systems in the commission chambers and here mirror. So if we do need to, like Eric said, switch rooms or phase more boards and meetings in, we're able to do that. So the 450 is 100% secured. We're just asking for 300,000 in the 2026 amended, and that would cover all of the initial setup equipment, as well as the audio and the install for both locations and control rooms.
Okay, so you have 450 on hand already.
Yes, that's in the,
That 300 in the amended, has that been approved already?
It was included in the proposed budget.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Comp. Are there any other questions from committee members? Commissioner Hill?
You, Mr. Chair, just got one quick question. In your vetting process, have you worked with this group before who's doing all the integration?
oops, I was talking without the mic. Yes, we have. It's actually, like I said, initially we went out for an RFP and a few years ago, but the current vendor that we're proposing to go with actually integrates directly with our website. So I would, Crystal Sprague, where's she at? Did she leave? Oh, shoot, okay. Well, I was going to say Crystal would be able to definitely talk through that kind of that integration. So we have a long history of utilizing this vendor and have vetted them. They know our current system. They were kind of the one that even helped us initially put some of the hardware in 2014. And so since then, they have shown us like, hey, it's outdated, and we'll be able to show you what others are using and kind of going through. As like you said, as technology is changing, there has been so many upgrades that we have missed kind of the mark on. And Crystal, you want to jump in on that?
Crystal Sprague, Performance and Innovation. Commissioners, this is a vendor that we use already. It's a vendor that we hope that our CRM platform might foster an enterprise relationship with. So these are integrations at no cost to us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Any other further questions? Seeing none, all right, clerk. I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments received.
Thank you. I'll now ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to make a comment.
No hands are raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone appearing in person who would like to address this item? If so, please approach the podium and state your name and city of residence for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments.
Thank you, Eva Garcia Meza, Kansas City, Kansas. So I agree that the system needs to be upgraded, but I would like to understand how we justify an annual cost to this community for $200,000 to $250,000 that currently, I mean, I don't know if it currently exists, but she said it was a YouTube service that costs little to nothing. So how do we justify that? Furthermore, how do we reconcile as a unified government constantly telling this public that there is no money and then bringing forth amended budgets to find additional money? It just goes back to the point that I made in a previous topic. The way that we've changed, the way that the budget is being presented to only include certified revenue sources, this 100% shows the importance of not just the certified funds, but all of the money that is out there. Because to me, it doesn't make sense that in one hand we say we don't have money for even the necessities, but then we come and we see presentations like this where we can find $300,000 to allot to something that wasn't previously allotted. So I think budget transparency is at the center of this, right? We need to make sure that we're not just finding things to spend money on just because those revenues exist. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I really appreciate that. And I understand truly the concern from a cost perspective. It is sticker shock if you sometimes don't understand technology. When I saw that number, I said, whoa. But like I mentioned, we have never really put a true cost to what truly servicing our community from a broadcast standpoint costs. And right now, like I said, YouTube is free, but if YouTube decides in January, we're going to a paywall, all of our information, all of these meetings, records are housed on YouTube. And whatever cost they tell us we need to pay to get our information, I guarantee you it will probably be way more than this amount that's allotted. So when we think about, like when COVID hit, we were scrambling to try to figure out a solution. So we're trying to be as proactive as possible to make sure that we have everything put in place. Like I said, this system will be 100% remote. If we are not in this building, our meetings can continue to take forth and provide our information to our community members. As of right now, we would have to physically come in, other than Zoom, but you only get the one, and like I said, at any time, the systems can go down. And like I mentioned about from an ADA compliance standpoint, we truly cannot miss the mark on that. One violation in itself, $75,000 for the initial cost for a violation, and up to $150,000 for subsequent violations could damage us very badly if we don't take this serious. And right now, there's so many manual processes. And the core team that I mentioned, every one of us has a hand in a meeting. Just to get this meeting started, the clerk's office has to do some. We have to, from a strategic communication standpoint, have to set up the meetings on the back end. Technology has to be here with 3 of their team members, just in case something goes wrong. Buildings and logistics has to be there. So that's staff time. That's a lot of things that go into place that with this new solution, although it, like you said, it's a true sticker shock, but it will save us in the long run. So I 100% agree with what you're saying and understand your frustration with that. But when we think about the level of service that we want to provide to our community members, God forbid, we do have to shut down, another COVID happens or anything of that sort, we're still able to continue to process our meetings like we need to. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McFetters. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to speak? Let the record show no one else has stepped forward. Community members, are there any other last minute questions or thoughts? Seeing none, this item was for information only. Thank you all for all the hard work you're doing. Appreciate it. All right, we will get started to move on. Our next 2 items are voting items, just for committee members to know. Our next 3 items, I apologize. But our first one is item number 4.1. Next item on our agenda is adoption of a resolution for approval to apply for and accept a 4-year housing and urban development lead hazard control and healthy homes grant. I will recognize Terry Garrison, Interim Director of Public Health, for presentation and remarks.
Commissioner Ramirez, Terry Garrison, Interim Director of the Public Health Department, Wyandotte County. And I bring with me the Environmental Health Manager from the Health Department, as well as our No Lead Program Program Supervisor. And today, this evening we come, we are asking for approval to apply for and accept the Housing and Urban Development Lead Hazard Prevention Grant. And I'm going to let Jennifer Stewart take lead.
Hello, Jennifer Stewart, Environmental Health Manager. I'm going to try.
Jennifer,
Your,
bring your mic.
thank you.
Is that better? Okay. All right. So let's see here. See, I can't read that. So either I can read this or we can just explain what we're doing. I mean, is it easier just to read it? Okay. So children being exposed to lead, it causes serious health concerns or health problems. And developing fetuses are most at risk. Our focus for this grant and HUD requires that residents have children under the age of 6 in the home or a pregnant woman. And in addition to being qualified for their income. So low income families with children under the age of 6 and or a pregnant mom. Our focus would be homes built before 1978, when lead paint was still used heavily. And there is no safe level of lead. Even a very small amount on a window, whether that's dust or paint, it can be very harmful to children. All right, so most at risk are children 6 years old and under. It affects their nervous systems that are still developing. They can absorb lead very easily, children's growing bodies. They can be harmed, even again, very small amounts of lead dust. A lot of times we find it in windows or friction surfaces like a door opening and closing that has been painted with lead-based paint. And then it can also be, lead can also be found outside in soil in yards. So they get it on their hands, they touch their toys, then they don't wash their hands properly, or they just continue to play. And then again, they are exposed, and it is toxic. A few of the effects would be impaired growth and hearing loss, behavior problems, and again, reduced IQ. Those two in particular, that has an effect, all of these do, but that has an effect on their performance in school, the ability to get a job when they get older. So it's not just when they're young, it is also as they grow. And then there are also, very high lead levels can lead to seizures, coma, and although rare, it can lead to death as well. All right, so Anthony, do you want to explain this part?
Anthony Lee Jr., Lead Hazard Control Program Supervisor with the No Lead KCK program. So here we have a graph. Your home was built throughout the Kansas City metro area, and specifically we're going to focus on Wyandotte County. So as you can see, homes built before 1950, we're at 22%, which is one of the highest in the metro area of older housing stock. And in between 1950 and 1978, we're at 27.3%, which is almost the highest in the metro area as well. And then we have 1979 or later, but we specifically focus on houses built before 1978. So that's just a little bit of data so everyone can see it visually as well. And then this next slide, we have houses that have peeling paint on the interior or exterior that could be lead-based paint. We have the highest in the metro area. So that just shows you how important a program like this is to our community to make sure that we take care of that lead-based paint to make homes lead safe for families to live in.
Terry Garrison, Interim Director with the Wyandotte County Public Health Department. So our request is in December of 2022, the Unified Government Public Health Department had applied for a lead abatement program through the HUD. And we received it, and we have implemented that program to varying degrees. And we're actually right now in the midst of our site visit from HUD today and tomorrow. So we'll let you know how that turns out. But our current grant does end December 1st of 2026. And so they did send out a notice of funding award in July 20th of 2026. And the due date is August 31st of 2026. So we are asking for approval to apply for a continuation of the No Lead in KCK grant through HUD to continue for another 4-year grant. And we're requesting $5 million in this for this next 4 years with a 10% grant match. Some of that match is in salaries. Some of it will be through collaboration with the UG Community Development CBDG grant. This is just a sample of one of the homes. This is actually one of the homes that the site visitors will be going to see tomorrow. So the before is, it's a little harder to see. It was much easier on my screen, but it's a little harder to see. There's peeling paint, both at the windows, on the side of the house, on the stairs. And then the after picture is after it's been lead abated with siding and windows. And Anthony can speak more to that.
Yes. Anthony Lee Jr., Lead Hazard Control Program Supervisor. This home needed a lot of work. As you can see, the siding, peeling, chipping paint, the soffits, the fascia, everything about it was screaming lead-based paint. After we got done testing it, we confirmed that, and then we were able to replace a ton of windows on this home. We wrapped the entire home. We also provided our supplemental funding of Healthy Homes. So the homeowner received some new doors and handrails and smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, fire extinguishers, things of that nature to be able to make the home safe for the children and for the family. So this home, we provided a lot of work to it, and we're very proud of that. So this is just an example of some of the work that we can do with this program and why it's so important for our community.
Thank you, Director Garrison. Are there any questions from the committee? Commissioner Kump?
Thank you, Chair. Come to at large. I have a couple questions, but I'll start with, can you walk me through the funding for the match, and does it have an impact on your budget ask? I know in our packet it says would be funded by existing personnel and health department. I just wanted a little clarification on what that means.
Yes, so some of the match is Jennifer Stewart as the environmental health manager. And a portion of it is also with Anthony Lee. His salary is out of the health department current budget, health levy budget. There's also through the CBDG, through community development, there is a young lady there that helps us with our Tier 1 and Tier 2 environmental reviews. And so some of her salary, as well as their roofing program, if they do roofs at homes that are eligible also for lead abatement, we can utilize the funding that they put into those homes as part of our match as well.
Okay, so is this, I guess the essence of my question is this something that we'll have to account for in the budget?
So the match is in kind, so staff in kind time. So the match is staff in kind, so it's accounted for in the budget. So there is not a additional budgetary impact.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned it's for low income residents, is that right? What, do we have the income threshold? I'm just curious. Is that by household, I would guess?
Anthony Lee Jr., Lead Hazard Control Program Supervisor. I do not know that off the top of my head, but yes, it's by how many in the household. It goes up to 8 in the household. And the income limit changes every year, and I cannot remember off the top of my head what it is currently.
Is this something available only to residential as opposed to if I'm a landlord and I own a home, I can't apply for this, is that right?
So it's specifically for Kansas City, Kansas residents, and we work with homeowners and landlords for our program as well. If you own your home, you have to have a child in the home under the age of 6, or if you're a grandparent, a child that's visiting 6 hours or more per week. If you are a landlord, you do not have to have children in the home under the age of 6. You don't have to have children in the home at all. But we do require, and HUD requires this, that you give priority to families with children under the age of 6 for at least 3 years after the work has been done.
Okay. You just walk me through, let's say I'm applying for this program. What does that process look like? Is there a cost to the homeowner just from beginning to end? What does that process look like?
Yeah, so we have an amazing team. So application intake, we have an application for homeowners and renters that our clients fill out for us. It does require a lot of information. HUD requires a lot of information from them just to make sure that they qualify. Once that paperwork has been given to us, we go through it. We make sure the income guidelines match, make sure that there are children in the home. Let's say it's a homeowner. And then we make sure that there's a blood lead screening. Since this is related to elevated blood lead levels, we make sure that's in there as well. And then once we go ahead and process the application, it typically takes 1 to 2 days. Once it's processed, we call the homeowner and we schedule what we call a risk assessment. It's a lead inspection risk assessment. So we have one of our staff go out to the home and test. You do a surface by surface investigation of the property, inside and outside. They also do dust wipe samples and soil sampling as well. That kind of gives us a huge snapshot of what's going on the property, and then what we need to do for the family. So it is no cost to the family. It is no cost to the landlord. We do not make them give us any. We do not make them give us any match for any of the services that we provide. It's completely free. So.
Yeah. And this is, it's obviously based on the last picture. It's more than just testing. It's full on abatement as well. Is that
Full on
correct?
abatement.
Does that include like the yard, like if you have elevated lead samples in the soil?
Correct. Yeah. So we can either use interim controls or abatement, depending on how high the lead is. Interim control is more of a barrier, so we'll put mulch down. But if it's high enough, and we'll use the abatement method, we'll till the soil and then replace and put new sod down.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk if,
Commissioner Ramirez, I failed to ask, we need to have it fast-tracked to Thursday's full commission meeting. I'm sorry.
thank you. I had that noted over here because you said that the deadline was the 31st, so I figured you guys would need a fast track on that. Clerk, I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No written comments received.
Thank you. I'll now ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to make a comment. Oh, Commissioner Howard, we will get to you after we finish going through the public comment. I apologize.
We do have a hand raised from Matt Kleinman. You'll need to unmute.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Sorry, I was in the room early, but I had to step out. I did want to make a comment on this. Matt Kleinman, Kansas City, Kansas. 3 quick things. The first, that it's worth acknowledging that the process of redlining created a home inventory where lead abatement was really difficult historically, especially in our Northeast area. So I just want to make that point because this is an initiative that's doing a lot of work to help areas that have needed a lot of work for a long time, but for whatever reason, we're not able to get access to the resources necessary to make those renovations. I'd also like to make a comment that while it's not causal, so don't get me in trouble here, there's data that suggests the largest single greatest drop in crime correlated with the introduction of federal laws banning lead in things like infant formula and lead paint and lead in gasoline. So I really just want the commission to encourage them to see this as a public safety initiative where what you all are looking at isn't just a matching fund, but this is an investment in our future and our children's future so that they are less predisposed towards the kind of negative health impacts that lead can have on a developing brain. And the last thing I'll add is having talked with the great public health department staff, I know firsthand one of the barriers to the implementation of the first go round of this program was adequate staff support. Just having a challenge of getting staffing in the door that can continue to make this project work. So I would just encourage the commission to make sure that we're not just pursuing the next grant, but also making sure that the health department is fully funded so that they can execute the plan and the projects that are associated with this grant funding. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Thank you, clerk. Is there anyone appearing in person who would like to
Commissioner.
address this item?
Commissioner, if I can go back, we have had a hand raised. Elnora Jefferson.
Please state your name and residence, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Elnora Jefferson in Kansas City, Kansas. Just want to reiterate what I heard Matt Kleinman talk about. We've been working formerly with Groundwork NRG and also with Melissa Marcy on the lead issue with the EPA for quite a number of years. And I'm glad to hear that he put into his presentation the behavioral aspects of lead and what they could cause over time. So I support the funding for the lead initiative, anti-lead initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. Clerk?
No other hands.
Thank you. Now, is there anyone appearing in person that would like to address this item? If so, please approach this podium and state your name and city of residence for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments.
Turn your mic on.
Sure. I am Vanessa Robinson, Kansas City, Kansas. I've been having a lead problem for the last 3 years. Matter of fact, the Manhattan, University of Manhattan is doing a project in my yard. They have been doing it for 3 years. They have had my yard tied up, contaminated land. Do not mess with it or whatever. But however, with the way poverty is, the way things are now, we can't even plant a garden to have fresh vegetables or anything like that because our property is tied up for contaminated lead. Also, we have been in the Beacon paper. We have had no kind of conversation with any of unified government, no one from the, no commissioners, no mayor, and our house is actually have been on the news. It has been in the newspaper for three different times and haven't heard anything from anyone. So I just want to put that out there that, thank you.
Thank you. And we have staff here tonight, so if we could connect with her just to provide her any information or resources she may need and just help her, I would appreciate that. Is there anyone else in person that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none. Commissioner Howard, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I never had my hand raised.
Sorry.
No worries.
Commissioner Kump.
Thank you, Chair. Come to at large. Two very quick points. One, if I'm a resident and I want to utilize this program, where do I go to apply? And how do I get involved in this?
Anthony Lee again, Lead Hazard Control Program Supervisor. So you can go to our website. It's the UG website /lead. You can go to our website. We have applications online. And then you can also give us a call. We have our phone numbers on the website as well. You can give us a call and our professional program assistant will be able to direct you to how you would like that delivered to you, whether it's email, mail, or come in person, and she can help you fill out the application. So.
Okay, so wicokck.org/lead. Okay.
Correct.
And my second quick question, how many homes were you able to remediate with the initial grant?
Yeah, so we have, thank you. So we've assessed 53 properties for lead. We found 45 with lead. We have 30 completed, and then we have 26 more in the queue currently waiting for applications to be processed and waiting for risk assessment from our risk assessor.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I just wanted to add, the way to get an application is our professional assistant goes out to a lot of different community events. She was at the Night Out Against Crime. She was at the KCK Public School Back to School Fair. So we go out into the community to do outreach and have applications available and her to be able to explain the program out in the community as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm concerned about the citizen who said for 3 years they've been trying to get help. I'm just wondering what staff person would be responsible for making sure that individual got help?
Allen House, interim administrator. We'll kind of take that one back. It sounded like maybe the K-State program, K-State is operating a research program around lead abatement in the community with different houses. And what she described sounded to me like it was probably a house that was involved in that, but we can track back on that. I don't think it's involved with the no lead program. but we'll see if we can find that out.
Thank you. I just think 3 years is quite a while. And she can't plant, the grandkids can't play out there, so because it's contaminated, and it just looks like we're okay with that. So I'm just wondering what we can do. One of the things we put on our goals was better customer service. And so this is one of those items, in my opinion, that needs immediate attention since it's been 3 years. Do you think it'd be at least another 6 months, or what do you?
I don't want to hazard a guess. I'm not actually sure if that's a UG program. So I don't know that we're the ones who are administering this, and that's why we want to sort of track back with her on that. Mr. Lee?
Yes, we will definitely follow up, but it could be several reasons. Maybe a homeowner doesn't have children under the age of 6 and they're a homeowner, then we can't, HUD funds, they won't let us use HUD funds to do anything to the property. So it could be a qualification issue, or it could be income guidelines. It could be several different reasons, but we can always follow up with residents. So I can follow up with her as soon as we leave.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Comp.
Thank you, Chair. Come to at large. Just wanted to add, maybe it'd be worth connecting with that K-State lead study. That might be able to point us in the direction of some people who would qualify for this program.
Thank you, Commissioner Comp.
Commissioner Howard has his hand raised.
Commissioner Howard.
Our District 1, now I do have something to say. So just to Commissioner Hill's point, I've been working closely with Denise Diaz there with the K-State Extension Program. And so I do know as well Alyssa Marcy there with Planning and Zoning. She also works with K-State Extension very closely when it comes to the environmental hazardous studies. And so Commissioner Hill, you may want to get with her and then have her connect you with Denise Diaz that's over that state extension program. And they have a lot of different programs there that help us out a lot, like their engineering program with Arthur there over there. And so Denise Diaz would be the one to really talk to about just diving a little deeper into those environmental hazardous studies. They do a lot of work for us. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard. Ms. Hall, I believe we have closed public comment, but I will allow you to make a comment and then we will move on to our next item.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My name is Corey Hall, Kansas City, Kansas. It's really just a question. Is this the department that our community needs to reach out to find information on how to receive help, even if they don't meet the qualifications of this HUD grant? Because there are a lot of houses and parcels down in the Northeast End that have this lead issue in their dirt already. And we know this, we all know this, Brownsfield is all out there. So how is the UG communicating to our community and giving them the help that they need, even if they don't qualify for your special funding?
Thank you. Is any member like to?
Yes, unfortunately, there's not much we can do if they don't qualify for our program. HUD only allows us to use funding for our program for people who qualify. There aren't many resources in Kansas in general. We are the only ones in the state of Kansas that have this program. There's nobody else. Children's Mercy helps out a little bit, but not much with lead, mainly Healthy Homes. So there aren't very many people who do what we do, and unfortunately, we can't expand our assistance without the direction of HUD and following their HUD guidelines. We have the devices to test it. It's just that we can't, and that hurts to say because there are lots of people in our community who need this service, and we have to use it in a limited capacity. I feel like so it's just an unfortunate situation, and I'm sorry about that.
Just add, we could certainly come back for another item at a future meeting and talk more about lead. I know Alyssa Marcy's appeared before the committee, or one of the standing committees, talking about the lead program and the work with K-State and kind of what that looks like, as well as the brownfield. So if that was of interest to the committee, we could certainly do that.
Yeah, thank you, Administrator. That was going to be my next thing, was a request to staff that an item be brought back forward of looking at other communities, not just in our state, but around the country, and of how they are tackling this issue, and see what we can do to not say copy, but what are some things that other municipalities are doing that we can try to emulate here to solve the issue. We know that our health department is bound by the regulations of HUD of what the funding can do, but it doesn't mean that's the only thing that can be done. And so if we can come back at a later date with that type of presentation, with that information, that'd be really beneficial for us and for the community to have that information. Any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, nope, this is a voting item. Remember, whoever makes the motion will need to add a fast track to the August 20th, 2026 meeting.
I move to approve with the fast track to August 20th.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Comp.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you, clerk. Our next item is item number 4.2 is adoption of a resolution authorizing an MOU with the Turner School District to provide a fleet services training program to eligible students from USD 202. I will recognize Casey Meyer, Interim Assistant County Administrator and Senior Counsel, for presentation and remarks.
Thank you. I'll get this started. This will be short and sweet. So we are requesting your approval to enter into an MOU with Turner, U.S. District 202, so that we can operate a fleet services training program. And the MOU's term is from the signature date through July 31, 2027. And Russ and Gina will explain further.
Russ Owens, Fleet Maintenance. Good evening, Commissioners. Earlier this year in January, we partnered with Piper High School with the support of HR to mentor 3 students. The students spent 2 hours per day, twice a week, and were able to use the work they completed as part of their capstone project. Following discussions with HR about the success of this experience, we decided to expand the initiative into an internship program. The internship would provide students with hands-on practical experience in the professional fleet environment, a potential pathway to full-time employment, exposure to modern automotive technology and equipment. As qualified auto mechanics become increasingly difficult to find, this program will help us develop a dependable pipeline of future technicians. The good news is we have a FTE position open that we could actually use to help pay for this program, right?
Thanks, Russ. Gina Nick, Human Resources, Public Safety Recruiter, and HR Partner. So we are taking this program that was with Piper High School and emulating off of what we've been extremely successful with our correctional specialist and 911 call dispatcher cadet programs. Commissioner Kump, you got to come to our graduation for our correctional kids back in April. Over the course since 2022, when those programs were implemented, we have brought in 32 high school students from all of the Wyandotte County high schools. And that's between the correctional program and the 911 program. And of those 32 kids, after graduation, post-graduation, 6 of those kids stuck around and have worked for us part-time or full-time. So when you look at the numbers, it's easy. These kids got paid $15 an hour, an average of about 20, 25 hours a week. As Russ said, currently with his budget, he would be able to pay for these kids, so it wouldn't be an additional ask of the budget. We'd already be able to make it. This would go right along with the passion that many of you commissioners have for working with our high school students. I know Commissioner Howard has talked a lot about recruiting within the high schools. We'll go out when we do the correctional and the 911, and we'll do the fleet. We have already had interest from Turner High School that these kids are wanting to do this program. And my hope is with our correctional programs, each year we doubled in applications. And so once we got the word out, once kids realized how cool this program was, I pitch it in that you can come learn some new skills, get paid $15 an hour, get out of school, which we all wanted to do that as a senior, your second semester in high school. And so it's an easy sell for the kids. It's easy sell for the community because the hope is this is going to be a pipeline for full-time employment. And as Russ said, we struggle to find certified mechanics. We're struggling to find these types of employees. So why not bring our homegrown kids, bring these Wyandotte County students and give them an opportunity within Fleet and give them an opportunity for full-time employment. So thank you. Oh, I would also add that if you want to really get some feel goods on this program, I will pitch Strategic Communications did an awesome video that's on UGTV. It's called Wrenching to Success, Future Fleet Mentorship Program. You'll get to see Russ talk about it. You'll get some goosebumps. You'll get to see the 3 kids that just did the Piper one and what we'll aim to do at Turner. This will start in Turner. We'll be successful at Turner, and then next year we'd like to expand to all of the Wyandotte County high schools once we show success. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kump.
Thank you, Chair. Come to at large. Yeah, this is, quite frankly, for me, this is kind of a no-brainer. You get high school kids who don't know if they want to go to college, don't know what they want to do. Get them exposed to a job that they might be interested in, get them some real life experience. They get paid to do it. And it helps us cultivate kids in Wyandotte County, working in Wyandotte County. I will say, you know, Commissioner Lopez really carried the water on this program. He looped me in a little later, but I want to give him his flowers. And I think Turner makes sense because that is the only high school left in the county that has an auto shop. Is that right? So it's kind of a natural progression. So again, get kids exposed to the careers. I don't think anybody in this room knew what they wanted to do when they were 17 or 18 years old. So I'm excited about this program, and I'm looking forward to a long, successful, you know, initial pilot in Turner, and then as we roll it out in the whole county, I think it could be great. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other comments or questions from the committee? All right. I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments were received.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to make a statement.
No hands are raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone appearing in person who would like to address this item? If so, please approach the podium and state your name and city of residence for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments.
Carolyn Wyatt, Kansas City, Kansas. About this program, like you said, you say starting in Turner, and next year it would go to the other high schools like Piper and District 500. Is that what you're saying?
Gina Nick, Human Resources. Yes, ma'am. This would be a pilot in Turner, and our hope would be to move on to all of the Wyandotte County high schools the following year.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, thanks much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Let the record show no one else has stepped forward. If the committee has no other questions, I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Bill second.
Motion by Kump and a second by Hill. Roll call.
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Kump.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, we are on our final item of the evening. It is item number 4.3. The final item on our agenda has 2 elements. The first element is adoption of a resolution for an election for a special purpose countywide retailers sales tax. Our second element is an approval for an ordinance for an election for a special purpose city retailers sales tax. Each of these items will require individual votes. This item has also been requested to be fast-tracked to the August 20th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting. I will recognize Alan House, Interim County Administrator, for presentation and remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. So we are here before you tonight on an action item And as you all have seen through the budget process, this gap between identified needs in different areas and the resources to address those needs. One of the ways that other communities have kind of tackled this is to have specifically targeted sales tax initiatives that focus resources on a very specific area. So what we bring you tonight is potential options for consideration that each target specific needs. One on the county side and one on the city side. So a brief kind of primer on sales tax in Kansas. The state has a cap of 11.5% in total sales tax. This does not include the CID or TDDs, but it includes state and local taxes. On the state, they charge a base sales tax rate of 6.5%. So right off the top, that's where that 6.5% is going. On the county side, the state allows for the general sales tax of 1%, and that of that 1%, 25% goes to the county. The other 75% is distributed to cities. So while it's called a county sales tax, most of the funding or funds from that are distributed to the cities. Under Kansas state law, on the county side, there are two allowable special purpose sales tax options available to counties. One is related to health and health activities. The second is related to jail or law enforcement center facility, building new or remodeling. On the county side, special purpose sales tax are allowed in increments of 0.25%. So you can have a quarter, you can have a half, you can have 3/4, you can have one. And that's just the way the state statute is set up. A little different on the city side. The current general sales tax for the city is 1%. The current city special purpose sales tax is 0.625. And this is, and you'll see later on, there are two specific special purpose sales tax, one for EMS and one for public safety and infrastructure that are currently in place. On the Kansas state law, city special purpose sales tax are allowed in increments of 0.05 up to 1%. Because we're already using 0.625%, we have this 0.375% remaining available on the city side for special purpose sales tax. Also note that we do have star bond districts in our community, and for purposes of star bonds, general sales tax are what gets included in the increment for paying off those star bonds. Special purpose sales taxes on the city side do not get included in star bond repayments. So our EMS tax and our public safety and infrastructure sales taxes in those areas with star bonds are coming to the unified government to pay for services. Okay, so what are we talking about when we talk about revenue from sales taxes? On the county side, each quarter cent is about $12 million annually. On the city side, it's a little bit lower, and each 1/8 of a cent is about $5.3 million annually. So when you add up the 3/8 cents available on the city side, you come up to about $16 million that's available annually in our 3/8 cents available special purpose sales tax. Earlier this year, we went out for the resident survey, and one of the questions that was asked was specific to special purpose sales tax. And the results that came back were basically told us that there is and there can be support, but the support, again, needs to be very specific and very targeted. People are not interested in kind of a general sales tax. They're interested in solving specific challenges that face the community. And when we asked what some of those challenges and areas were, homelessness and affordable housing was the one that scored the highest among this resident survey. The This was a statistically valid survey, by the way. I just should add that, about 1,200 participants across the survey. Parks and Recreation came in next. Behind that, public safety, and then street repaving and bridge repair, and so on. So when we get to the county side and we talk about a county special purpose health sales tax, what does that look like? So I'm going to ask Wendy Green to talk about this one. She's the expert on this.
Thank you, Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. So special purpose countywide sales tax, like Alan mentioned earlier, we could do it for building a new jail or a judicial facility, which we don't have any plans to do that. Or we could do it for healthcare services under the statute. Those are the only two situations under the law where we could do a special purpose county sales tax. We have a limit under that up to 1%. On the screen, you see the specific areas for healthcare services defined in the statute, and that's 12-187B5. And it says including but not be limited to. So the local health department, city or county hospitals, which we don't have. But it does say city or county nursing home also, which we don't have, but it does say preventative healthcare services. It also says postponement of entry into nursing homes, mental health services, indigent healthcare, health education. So there are things in there that we could be using. So that would be the one area where we could do a special purpose county sales tax. And like you mentioned it before, it is in increments of 0.25% up to 1%.
All right, thank you. So what could that be used for? And the issue of homelessness has come up, repeatedly now for a number of years, and the challenge of how do you address it, and how do you fund ways to address it? So the county special purpose sales tax, as Ms. Green indicated, has a number of areas that directly relate to homelessness and how we can better address homelessness. That includes the categories of indigent care, mental health services, substance abuse services, care for seniors. And note that seniors is one of the fastest growing populations of the unhoused that we have seen in our community. So it is certainly an issue for seniors. The other one is a paramedicine outreach team. And so we have one of these that we got initially through a grant with Vibrant Health. This is a paramedic with the KCK Fire Department that goes out and works with the homeless and really helps to keep them healthier and kind of address their needs on the street. It's a very effective tool for providing health care and keeping people out of emergency rooms, reducing the number of 911 calls, and improving outcomes. So those are examples of how a special county sales tax could directly impact our efforts to address homelessness. The other area is around improving community health outcomes. And this is something that has gotten certainly a lot of attention over the years when we talked about our health rankings and we talk about health outcomes in the community. So what could a county special purpose sales tax do to help improve health outcomes in the community? It could expand access to medical care. You can see here that when it comes to primary care physicians and dentists per 100,000 residents, we significantly trail both Kansas and the United States in the number of available healthcare providers. That's one of those areas. We could look at mental health crisis intervention teams that help to respond to mental health crises and de-escalate and get support and help for people experiencing those. The idea of community health workers, again, to connect residents with services. And then efforts around public health that our health department and others are doing to reduce both chronic illness and areas around infant mortality. So again, there's a wide variety of ways in which community health outcomes could be improved through the resources from a county health sales tax. Turning attention to the city. So a city special purpose sales tax. Again, I'll turn it over to Ms. Green.
Thank you. Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. So under a city's special purposes sales tax, as described earlier, we already have two in existence. One is a 0.25% emergency medical services special purpose sales tax that was adopted in 2004. That was before the state legislature changed the statute. So we were able to enact that without a sunset provision. So that's going to be there until we decide it won't be there. So we don't have to come back every 10 years to ask for it to be renewed. It will stay there until we decide to abolish that ordinance. The next one is the 3/8 cents or 3/8 of a percent or 0.375% public safety neighborhood infrastructure sales tax. That is the one that has to be renewed every 10 years. It gets divided a third to police, fire, and public works. And some of that in public works does go to parks. It's not up for renewal until June of 2030, but we'll begin the process of getting that renewed well before then. So they'll know for budgetary purposes if it's going to be renewed or not. But that does leave us some room. We have 3/8 of a percent left under the cap for a special city purpose sales tax.
All right, thank you. And on the city side, two areas that scored among the highest in the resident survey are parks, community centers, and aquatics, as well as roads, sidewalks, and bridges. So those are the two areas that kind of have emerged as focal areas for the potential use of a city special purpose sales tax. I should mention that we have staff here from a number of departments. You heard from Ms. Garrison earlier today on an item who's the interim director of our health department. We have Reginald Lindsay, who leads our budget team, Angel Ferrara, who is our director of parks, and Troy Shaw, who's our executive director of public works. So a number of staff here also available to answer questions. So first, we're going to talk about parks, aquatics, and community centers, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Ferrara.
Thank you, Alan. So I want to just share some information on this first slide of some data of the department's inventory. So we currently maintain roughly 2,600 acres of parkland. 778 acres of that would be city parks. Just kind of reiterating that this would be for city parks and facilities only. So that is why we've got that information broken out as such. The chart on here reflects the 7 community centers that are city functions. The department has more than 127 square feet of facility space, but that number includes the 3 banquet halls that are county functions. And for the 7 city community centers, that's approximately 92,000 square feet. You can see on the chart the approximate year that these facilities were built. Yes, we do have a facility that is 105 years old as our oldest, and then our new as Joe Iamayo at roughly 38 years old. I know that we've recently brought forward just some needs at some of our facilities. An example of that would be the pedestrian bridge at the Beatrice L. Lee Community Center. And then also on the slide, just a note, we have been able to do a higher level of investment in our facilities over the past 5 years, and that was made possible through federal funding. That's probably the most significant levels of investment our community centers have had in 15, 20 plus years. And we all are aware that that funding is no longer available. So those investments have stalled, but we were able to do quite a bit. However, we still do have quite a bit of needs in our facilities. Next slide, please. So before we get into the numbers, just talk a little bit about at a high level what a proposed investment in parks and recreation could look like for the quality of life in our community. Won't touch on everything, but just kind of walking through some of this. We've identified 5 coordinated investment areas to support stronger neighborhoods, modernize our facilities, and also more opportunities to connect. So starting with aquatics, I know we've spent the last several months just bringing forward capital projects. So we know that Parkwood Pool is an aging facility that we have. So looking to replace that. We also know that there's the desire from residents from feedback in the community survey and in general to have more aquatics, whether that's additional pools or if that's additional spray parks. I know moving on to community centers, we just kind of showed some data as it relates to our facilities and the age of those facilities. And, through this proposed investment could be looking to modernize facilities and having a larger conversation on what that investment could look like for the community for the future. High level of investment for parks and open spaces. We know that a new community park in western Kansas City, Kansas is a desire and has been for several years. Investments at a level of a dedicated sales tax would make that a lot more feasible for us to do in the near future to make that a reality while also addressing other needs in our city parks. Also, looking at recreation destinations, we've also brought forward projects such as the Sunflower Hills Clubhouse, but we do have other park facilities that are really recreation destinations when you think of City Park, and that being kind of our baseball, softball hub complex for parks and recreation in the city. Also, an example could be Eisenhower when you look at the amenities there and that partnership that we have with the school district and that shared space serving the same community, youth, and residents. And then lastly, also trails and connectivity. Currently, we have 22 miles of trail within our park system. And then we also do know that more trails did rank as a top 5 desire from our 2017 master plan. Next slide, please. So looking at this at a high level on what a 10-year investment capacity by sales tax option could look like. So in orange, we'll just kind of walk through this at a 3/8 cent sales tax option. So what that could look like over 10 years. For community centers, could be 95 million. What it could look like for park improvements could be roughly 47 million. What that could look like for aquatics, 15 million, and then trails at 3 million. And then so if you look in the gray, if you consider a scaled option of the 3/8 cent sales tax at a 1/4 cent, over 10 years, that could generate roughly 110 million. So you see there what that breaks down to for community centers at 62 million, parks at 31 million, aquatics at 14 million, trails at 3 million. So the biggest difference between those two options is 50 million capacity to do more projects, whether that's in facilities or parks. Next slide. Thank you. And then so this is just a kind of different way to digest this, but also looking at annually what it breaks down to. So that 3/8 cent sales tax option, staff did, just run some really high level draft scenarios, because one thing we do want to make sure is, whatever, if this does move forward and whatever the guidance might be is, that we're accurately assessing what could be done. So 16 million annually at the 3/8 cent sales tax option. And then those last two scenarios in blue at the 1/4 cent would generate roughly 11 million annually. So you can kind of see this in a different way to digest this information and what that breaks down to in those buckets as it relates to investment. And last thing I'll say on this slide is on average, our department for the last few years, our capital budget ranges anywhere from $1 to $3 million. So this could be a significant investment just towards capital projects to start to move the needle on some projects that we know we've been bringing forward, kind of sounding the alarm on, knowing that we need resources for those, and then also some of the other desires that we know residents would also like to see for parks and recreation services. I will pass the baton on to either Alan or Troy Shaw.
Yeah, so next we'll go to kind of roads, sidewalks, and bridges, and I'll turn it over to Troy Shaw.
Well, I was not informed that I had to give a presentation today, so I'll make something up. Let's see what we can do. So from the roads, bridges, and sidewalks, we've talked a lot about this. You guys, we've filled you in with information, what our needs are. You have 30 million annual needs. That's 30 million on top of what we're getting this year. So that's not alone. ADA ramps, 10 million, 14 million a year just to maintain our small bridges, not even counting the ones that are closed, the big ones. Obviously with all the pavement preservation curb, we need to do curb with every pavement preservation project we do. We have traffic signals, we have intersection safety, we have roadway modernization projects. just go outside. You can see the condition of our infrastructure. You get calls every day. We get calls every day. All we do is answer them. And unfortunately, we have to tell people we can't solve that problem because we don't have the funding for it. That's one of the hardest parts of my job. I wish I could say yes every time someone calls. We just can't. Next slide now. So if you take a look at what a 0.25% would get, it's about $5 million. That doesn't solve a whole lot with our infrastructure, but every little bit counts. This infrastructure is really expensive. One thing I would say, recommendation from me, it's not really going to be on where you put it. It's going to be on pick something and solve a problem. I think this city has a history of taking a little bit and putting it here, putting it there, putting it there, putting it there, and we never actually solve a problem. My recommendation is make a decision. This could be a lot of money if you put it all together and solve whatever the problem is that commission decides is the most important thing to solve. I feel like we're out here a lot chasing our tail, not just us, parks, everybody else is chasing the tail, and we don't have anything that we can point to and say, look, we solved something for you that's a huge issue. We just do a lot of little pieces. So my recommendation is if this goes through, take this money and solve a problem that the community wants solved. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Troy. And I'll just remind me how much the additional funding that you all got, the one-time funding this year earlier that did state in parallel just as a sort of a point of comparison.
Yeah, we had about $19 million for our pavement preservation program this year. To get where we need to be, when commission wants, we need about 36 million a year. But the 19 million, we were able to do quite a bit of work. If we would have had some more concrete work, we would have done better work on the curbs and other things surrounding it. But every amount you can get, we put it back into the infrastructure for the community.
All right, thank you. So what does that look like when we talk about what a 3/8 cents sales tax look like? So, if you're looking at a $15 pizza, we're talking about 6 cents on a pizza, 2 cents on a $5 cup of coffee, a laundry detergent, 5 cents, $100 worth of groceries, talking 38 cents, and $20 of clothing, you're talking about 8 cents. So not nothing, but not a huge burden either. So what does that then look like if you had both of those in place? And you'd have a 1/4 cent on the county health side. Again, on a $100 purchase, you're talking 25 cents. And on the 3/8 parks and infrastructure, you're talking about 38 cents. So about 63 cents on a $100 purchase. So bringing forward some options, I should mention too that when we talk about sales tax, I think one of the things that is worth keeping in mind is that it's paid certainly by residents when they purchase things locally, but it's also paid by anybody that comes to buy stuff or do things in Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas. So the 10 million annual visitors that we have to Village West who are coming for various purposes are coming and paying these sales taxes and helping to contribute to the kind of the long-term addressing of the needs of the community as well as local residents. So I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Green, talk about there's really kind of 2.5 options here that we've got between the county and the city.
Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. The first option is for if you choose to have a countywide special purpose retailer sales tax. Again, the only option we would have would be to do for the health services. The resolution that's in front of you is for a 0.25%, again, because for a countywide special purpose sales tax, it is in increments of 0.25%. So it could be 0.25, 0.5, 0.75, up to 1%. So if you wanted to change that percent, we could do that by motion. If you want to leave it at the 0.25, if you want to put recommended to go forward, it could stay at the 0.25. But it has to be in an increment of 0.25. So if you want to put something forward, that's the lowest it could be, is that 0.25%. And again, the only option we have is that healthcare services option that is outlined there in the resolution. The second thing that is brought forward is an ordinance for a special purpose city sales tax. And on that, we've provided option A and option B. Option A is the 3/8% sales tax for the capital improvements for parks, as outlined in the ordinance. And let me get the exact language so I don't mess this up. Because with the city sales tax, and actually for either special purposes, you have to be very specific what you're going to use the sales tax for. It's in the Attorney General opinion, case law, and they outline it in the statute. So if you want a general purpose sales tax to go into your general fund, that's fine. You can say it's for general purposes, but for specific purposes, whatever that sales tax is collected for in your language, that's exactly what it has to be used for. So if we're saying we're going to use, for example, in option A, this special purpose city sales tax for parks, in fact, the exact language is park capital improvement projects, including parks, community centers and trails, and infrastructure projects such as roads, bridges, and sidewalks. Those are exactly the types of items that this money has to be used for. So that was option A. Option B is a 3/8% sales tax for just park capital improvement projects, including parks, community centers, and trails. So they're both at 3/8% because that's what we have left. But the special purpose city sales tax can go up in increments of 0.05. So you could change that percent if you want, but please don't make me do the math. Have somebody else do that. But those are the two options you would have under, or if you want to put something forward, you could do that with either of these options. You could change it by motion if you wanted to. Another option would be to make a motion to move everything forward without a recommendation so that the entire commission could discuss it. So those would be the items before you.
And that would be, our recommendation as staff would be to move on the first item, the countywide, and then option A, you can do option A and B forward to the full commission for discussion that reflects kind of the broad conversations with colleagues across the commission and would allow, I think, the full body to kind of land on where they see the priority or priorities for sales tax initiatives.
And Alan, if we could please have the next slide. And the reason this is brought forth today and it disappeared is, let's see if there is one more slide.
Nope. Oh,
There we go. Okay. So because these are sales tax initiatives, if the commission approves it, that's just the first step. What the commission would be asked to approve is to place a measure on the ballot. And the reason it's brought forth now is because if the commission wants to put this measure on the ballot, it has to go to the commission, the election commissioner, or Michael Abbott, by September 1st. And that's his deadline to get language on the ballots for the November election. It would then go on the November election ballot. And then if it is passed by the electorate, then it would begin getting collected in either April or June of 2027. And that would just depend on the Kansas Department of Revenue and how fast they can get it implemented and what they would need from us. But that's why it's being brought tonight. And that's why we would also ask whether you approve one of these options and move it forward, or just move everything forward for discussion. We would ask that it be fast-tracked to Thursday so that anything that is decided could make that September 1st deadline.
Commissioners, that concludes our presentation. Happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. I think what I will do first is allow public comment first. And then we will have commissioners ask questions, comments, and then we will make the decision of how to move forward. So clerk, I'll ask if any comments were received from the public.
No written comments were received.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to make a comment.
We do have hands raised online.
Thank you. Comments should be limited to the item at hand. You will be given up to 3 minutes to make your comment. Please state your name and city of residence for the record.
Our first commentator is Dr. Lee W. You'll need to unmute, state your name and residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello.
Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Dr. Lee of the Townhouse Tenant Association. And I want to thank all of you for letting me be in on this. I wanted to do it publicly, but things changed, so I had to go through Zoom. But one thing I want to let you know is I'm not here simply to ask the government for money. I'm here to ask the government to invest in the people who are already doing the work in the community, and to give those people a meaningful voice in determining how the investment will be made. Because when we talk about health, we cannot reduce the conversation that hospitals and doctors and clinics and prescriptions. Because health is where you live, health is whether you have food, health is whether you have a place to sleep at night, health is whether you can get a medical appointment, health is whether you can safely evacuate your home during the emergency, health is whether you are ill or disabled resident with access to resources that is needed. Health is mental health. Health is housing. Health is nutrition. Health is transportation. Health is safety. And ultimately, health is whether people have an opportunity to live or just merely survive. And this is why I'm here tonight. I'm here on behalf of the tenants of the Townhouse Tenant Association. We want to make sure that our position is already clear. The Townhouse Tenant Association does not want to be an afterthought. We want to make sure that we are part of the table where we can sit down with these ballots, discuss things rather than find out about it later on in the newspaper and stuff. We don't want to be invited to a conversation simply to listen.
You have 1 minute remaining.
We want to act their voice in what's going on here, because most of the stuff that you're talking about, homelessness, we're doing that ourselves. We've fed over 3,912 people since January 3rd of this year. All the money came out of our pockets. We didn't ask for help. Government wouldn't help us. When Mayor Watson was here in March, she gave us a challenge. We took that challenge, revised our disaster recovery handbook, and then a few months later, I get a call from someone at UG asking me could they use our concept. Never once, and this is a $500 million organization, never once did it say, look at, can we have you work on it, or can we compensate you anyway, or can we give you a donation? It's just
Sir, your time has
basically
expired.
interested. So I just want to say, it's such a short time that I thank you. I look forward to this, but we have to have more communication on this. If it's fast track till Thursday, it's fine, but we have to have more communication rather than just jumping out there and saying that we're going to get this money and all that. And the people that using it or need it to use right now are overlooked.
Doctor, your time
So-
has expired. I appreciate your comments and we are listening. But I appreciate your comments.
Our next speaker is Eric Murray. You'll need to unmute, state your name and residence for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Eric Murray, Wyandotte County resident, small business owner, community developer. Before my 3 points, I want to say this. I do support sales tax as an instrument. It does make sense here. We know the property tax burdens of our community, and with the millions of visitors that come to the Legends, the Speedway, et cetera, that don't pay a dime of our property taxes, the sales tax as an instrument does capture them. I think we do need to note, generally speaking, the regressive nature of sales taxes. Fortunately, the state took the sales tax off of groceries, but the local tax still applies. I did see the slide that shows that it's a small amount, but that amount obviously lands on the grocery bills of families that are struggling. So I think we owe them the precision of where we're going to spend this money. So here's the 3 quick points. First off, I think the process doesn't match the ask. As we saw in item 4.1, we had a full match breakdown and a slide deck. In 4.2, the Turner MOU, we had the agreement and the appendices. I appreciate Crystal McFetters and her team in 4.6. We got costs all the way down to the penny. But in 4.3, we're asking voters to approve a likely permanent 10-year tax. The budget impact section was NA, the legal and policy section was blank, and the attachments were empty. I do appreciate the presentation tonight, but that was not available online. So let's make sure that that gets publicly disseminated. The 4-page ordinance does say the money goes vaguely for parks and infrastructure. I do appreciate that the state statute puts some bounds on that, but I think that we need to make sure that we draft that clearly, that it's got oversight, reporting, protections, projects listed. Again, clarity on where that money goes. Second point, I want to make sure that we square this with the Chiefs deal. We need to make sure that as we pledge $450 million of, and then the additional 1.8 billion from the state, that we get clarity on
You have
what's
1 minute
happening with
remaining.
that deal so that these dollars are not used to offset that one. A great example, if you do option A, which includes parks and infrastructure, 126th Street corridor would be roads and bridges. And if that goes to offset additional demands for the stadium, that would be injustice on top of that bad deal. We need to make sure that that is exempted. Lastly, all of you were elected on the promise of reinvesting in the East Side. It is time that we put that in writing. The East Side has heard these promises for decades. I want to commend the Quindaro Peace and Arts District and many others in the Northeast that have been spending years building genuine community advocacy around a community trust model. I would encourage you to talk to them and include that. Everything from Boston Daniels, Quindaro Community Center, Vernon Center, Old Quindaro, Bell Crossing. These are community-led projects that need to be specifically named. Talk is cheap. Promises have been made and broken, and if it's not in
time
the
has
language,
expired.
it's not real. So I appreciate your time. Let's make sure the language is dialed in. Let's make sure we get this right and the dollars go where they've been promised. Thank you, community. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. And for a reminder for the audience to maintain decorum, no clapping or shouting. We understand this is a hot topic and everyone is fired up, but just to maintain decorum. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Olivia Moore's iPhone. You'll need to state your name and residence, unmute. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Olivia Moore, and I'm a resident and small business owner of Bell Crossing Farm in Kansas City, Kansas. I'm personally excited to see UG staff and commissioners identifying these ordinances and resolutions as an opportunity to generate millions of retail tax dollars annually over the next some odd years through public finance tools. I am in support of the proposed ordinance with an amended resolution of which a portion of these funds be specifically named and earmarked to intentionally invest in the Northeast area and our community. Thank you so much.
We have no other hands raised online.
Thank you, Clerk. I will now, is there anyone appearing in person who would like to address this item? If so, please approach the podium and state your name and city of residence for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments. There may be some multiple people, so if you would like to line up, you may, so that we just know how many people are wanting to speak on this item. Thank you.
Eva Garcia Meza.
Kansas City, Kansas. So I have a lot of things to say, so I'm just going to read them. That way they stay collected. So Chair and Commissioners, thank you for letting me speak. Before discussing the substance of this proposal, I have one basic question. Who authored this proposal? And who ordered staff to bring this forward? Why that's relevant is because every single one of you on this board have ran on affordability. And this is not affordable. This is another tax on top of what this community is already paying. Also, this concept was discussed on August 6th, and it was presented as an idea to consider in future budget sessions. Less than 2 weeks later, we are discussing and fast-tracking a new sales tax initiative for the November ballot. Not only does this feel rushed, it feels sneaky and it feels tone deaf, especially when we consider the financial reality of many of these Wyandotte County residents. In October, this community will have a tax sale that is a result of an inability to keep up with the property taxes that this board is putting on this community. When the existing tax burden is already contributing to people losing their homes, we need to ask, how much more can these residents afford before we ask taxpayers to fund millions more? Also, don't just show us, again, the certified revenue. Show us all of the revenue resources that are specific to the things that are being proposed here. Parks, yes, I understand that is a community asset, but we already have many funding mechanisms. So to create another taxing mechanism specific for parks just seems like we're missing the point. If this proposal moves forward, I encourage the board to narrow its scope to only infrastructure, specifically streets, and establish clear spending thresholds, specific sunsets on all of the taxes that get brought forth, not create one that is an indefinite tax for this community. I also want to address the transparency during these budget seasons, these budget workshops. Too often, these presentations are made to this commission and are not available to the public beforehand. We are expected to respond to important financial information in real time, which by making meaningful participation, and that is extremely difficult. In some cases, I personally have had to submit core requests to get these kind of presentations to me, because even when they get presented here, they don't get added to the agendas. That is a huge problem. If this information is truly important for this commission to discuss, then it should also be equally important for the community to have it beforehand so we can participate in meaningful dialogue. We are talking about millions of dollars in taxes
Time
that
has
will
expired.
affect these residences. Lastly, I'm just going to do one quick second. If this moves forward and the recommendation is that no recommendation is made so that the BOC as a whole makes it, then this public comment should also happen in that setting. Thank you.
My name is Mario Escobar. I'm a resident in KCK. I'm here on behalf of the Parks Board of Commissioners. I want to express our support for considering a dedicated sales tax investment in Parks and Rec. We recognize that any discussion of any additional tax requires thoughtfully consideration, particularly given the tax burden many residents already feel. For that reason, transparency and clear connection between the investments and community benefits is especially important. Parks and Rec are essential to quality of life, providing opportunities for physical activity, connection, and community, while maintaining parks, trails, facilities, and programs that benefit residents of all ages. A dedicated investment could provide the UG Parks and Rec Department with greater stability to strengthen the assets we have, address important capital needs, and create opportunities for strategic new amenities that reflect community priorities. A sales tax can also provide a broader source of fund, including contributions from visitors and non-residents who spend money in our community. If the revenue were divided between Parks and Rec Department functions and other community initiatives, We believe the exact percentage dedicated to Parks and Rec should be clearly defined. This is important for public transparency and would allow the Department of Parks and Board commissioners to understand what level of investment can realistically be expected and planned accordingly. We believe a dedicated investments in Park and Rec could make a meaningful difference in the quality of life for residents in Kansas City, Kansas, while providing the public with clarity about what's being invested and the benefits the investments can deliver. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening, Corey Hall, Kansas City, Kansas. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And when I was running for commissioner, one of the main things I kept saying that could be a solution for some of our problems was a sales tax. So I'm not going to stand here and say I'm not in favor of a sales tax, but I am in favor of a sales tax that has detail. And I am asking for a strategic amendment to this ordinance so that the portion of the sales tax resources can be invested specifically in the Northeast End. We have been asking and promises have been given year after year after year, and we have not seen anything. We have historically generated tax revenue, but have not received any equitable level of investment to our area. You all know it, so I don't have to say what it is because you see it. We all see it. So we would like an amendment to this ordinance for a portion of those sales tax to be given to the Northeast End. As you said in the survey, we wanted details, and those are the details that we want. There are several Kansas public finance tools that you all know about. You know that they're there, and you know how to use them. So we need to use them. We need to use the CID, and we need to use the CRT. Allow the community to let you know where we want to use our tax dollars. I'm a fan of the parks. I'm a fan of the infrastructure, but there are some other areas that need attention, and specifically in the Northeast End. We are asking for a framework that allows the neighborhoods to identify their priorities and to use the established Kansas public finance tools to address them. I want to let it be known for record that the organization that I'm a part of, Quindaro Peace and Arts District, has brought that to the attention of the UG many times in several meetings since December of 2025, in January of 2026, and also in February of 2026.
1 minute remaining.
We have brought to you the fact that we wanted a CID and that we wanted a CID for our area so that we could get sales tax dollars to help build and revitalize our community area. We have said that to you. And this amendment can be very simple. All you have to do is add in the lines basically at the top of the ordinance and the synopsis by simply adding the statement, community revitalization and historical disinvestment areas. Just add that to the list so that we can also get our share that we deserve and that we have been looking for many, many years. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Commissioners. We respectfully ask.
Ma'am, we need your name and residence.
Oh, I'm sorry, apologies. My name is Karen Daniels, Kansas City, Kansas. We respectfully ask that the proposed community benefits agreement and the QPAD CID paired with the CRT framework be added to this ordinance. This is not a new idea. This community-designed approach has been developed through extensive engagement with residents and stakeholders and has already been presented to several commissioners as a strategy for intentional reinvestment in Northeast KCK, intentional investment. Had we received timely information about this fast-track ordinance, we would have welcomed the opportunity to work collaboratively with staff and commissioners before tonight, rather than formally requesting an amendment at this stage. We support generating new revenue. We simply ask that the community that has done the work, developed a plan, and experienced decades of disinvestment have a defined opportunity to benefit from it. Please include an amendment when you move forward with this initiative. Thank you.
Carolyn Wyatt, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm in favor of everything Angel said about parks. I like parks. Right now, also added with that, the Peace and Art District, they have done the work. You've seen it. They're trying to do more for the Northeast because we've been left out of everything. Development, you name it. We have commissioners who are supposed to speak for us. We help put them in office, but we don't get support. But we know there's more commissioners, and I think they all need to work together for the Northeast because the legend is already, they've worked with the legend and got everything out there. District 8, District 5, but we have District 1 and 4 that need your support. Peace and Art has done a great job. I support them, and I hope you support them. We just asking for 1% of that money that's already been paid by the businesses already. It's not nothing new, but we want to be a part of that because we are a part of Kansas City, Kansas. But we don't think when you walk in our area, you go east of 7th Street, 18th Street, it doesn't look like we belong there. You see a lot of car dealerships, but that's not development. We want development. We want positivity. We have youth there. We have seniors there, been there for years. We just want your support. And I thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nikki Richardson. I'm the Executive Director of Justice for Wyandotte. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important matter about our health in this community. And I hope you're hearing tonight how deeply residents care about the state of our county's health and having a healthy lifestyle, especially since many of us stayed here all the way to the last agenda item. Our public health department made unfortunate headlines after once again having to cut critical services this year. And it's hard to understand why we continue to cut investment in the community services when we all know that Wyandotte County ranks as one of the unhealthiest counties in the state. As the kids would say, make it make sense. And now that the reality of losing Medicare benefits, gaps in access to healthcare, and gaps in access to food are becoming even more clear in this reality, this is not the time to play around. I actually appreciate that this was fast-tracked because the needs are urgent. And this general election is the best turnout rate for us to get the participation. And what people are saying is that they are ready to make a choice. All we're asking is that it go up for a vote. Last year, I came before the full commission and introduced a new budget benchmark for you, a healthy 33. Because Justice for Wyandotte truly believes that if we dedicate 33% of our county's budget to community services, we can actually begin to experience what it's like to live in a healthy Wyandotte County. Our community services departments are critical to health and well-being of Wyandotte County. They include public health, area agency of aging, transportation, parks, housing, elections, neighborhood resources that tackle our illegal dumping problem. These are the services that help people live healthier and more stable lives. And yet, since 2023, we have continued to disinvest from these departments by roughly 1% to 2% every year. And you don't have to go far to see those consequences. You just got to go a few blocks to 7th and Nebraska. All you have to go is down and look at our Wyandotte County Jail. And all you have to do is look at our continuous low marker on our health rankings.
1 minute remaining.
This proposed sales tax gives us an opportunity to change that trajectory. It gives us an opportunity to make a meaningful investment in the health and well-being of our residents and to take another step forward towards that healthy 33 benchmark. So tonight, I am asking you to give the people of Wyandotte County what they want, an opportunity to decide. Let's give Wyandotte County a chance to actually become a healthier county. Thank you.
Commissioners, James Bain, Kansas City, Kansas. Thank you for the opportunity to address the commission again tonight. What is deeply frustrating is we could have funded all of these initiatives years ago. Instead, we've decided to prioritize developers instead of the community. Mr. Howes himself tonight said homelessness has come up repeatedly for years as a priority in the community. Yet time after time after time, we find money for developers, but none for community priorities. This commission spends all year doing development deals, deal after deal after deal, and then at budget time, magically, there's no money for community priorities. Funny how that happens. Over and over again, we choose developers over these needed projects. We have to end this addiction to diverting sales tax to developers. The plan that's being proposed is the opposite of Robin Hood. You are raising the sales tax on the poor to protect the developers and their deals. And the funny thing about this too is these developers don't need these deals. They are in prime locations where they don't need incentives. 6 months ago, we were here and the commission diverted sales taxes for the Kansas City Chiefs. Make no mistake, the Chiefs will be back to ask for more incentives. It makes no sense to continue giving developer deals just to raise taxes on residents to fill the gap. And that's another word that Mr. Howes used. We have a gap. And I guess it's ironic more than anything. We're raising sales tax to fund a gap created by diverting sales tax. I don't know if I'm the only one that sees that irony, but there's something there that we're raising sales tax on ourselves to fill a gap, Mr. Howes' word, caused by diverting sales tax. And I fear that this vote, and we won't get these priorities addressed, I fear it will fail unless there is a plan to rid ourselves of this habit of giving developer deals as a top priority, not a second priority, not as only on if they need it. We give developer deals as a top priority. And until there is a plan to change that, I fear this vote is destined to fail. I want to talk about one last point on these deals. I'm sure some of you are saying, well, it's all new money. Money spent on these deals or money spent at the new development, it's all new money, so it doesn't matter. It's all free money, it's new, we can give it away. That is the biggest myth in economic development that there is.
Your time has expired.
If I have $100 and I go spend it at a business that the unified government benefits from taxes, the unified government benefits from that spending. If I take that same $100 and now spend it at a development where the unified government does not benefit, that is the same money. It is not new money. It is just shifted from spending that benefits the unified government to spending that does not benefit the unified government. So it's not new money. It's our same dollars.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Kelly White, Kansas City, Kansas. I think it's almost comical that this is on the agenda tonight, based on the fact that 6 months ago, February 7th and February 9th, there was a public forum where all of these needs were discussed by a lot of people in the commission chambers. And now we have slide decks tonight showing us the need, which I think those slide decks would have been great to have at the time that you were voting on whether to give 2% of the sales tax back to the chiefs. I think that would have just really, they are important, and it would have been important to do that night. Let's see. I also think it's kind of interesting that there was a recent Kansas City Star article, I want to say it was last maybe Wednesday or Thursday, discussing the lack of services that they will not be able to provide because of budget issues right before we have this meeting, right before we want to put something on the ballot. So that feels a little manipulative. It may be coincidence. I'm not sure. And I want to say too about the administrator mentioning that this is a small percent of the sales tax going to be added on to items that we have. It's not just us, it's going to be outside people coming in. But for us, the people that you represent, not only do our property taxes increase every year, the sales tax is also going to impact groceries, the things that we have to buy. And to really stand on what Mr. Bain said. These developers for at least the past 5 years, if not longer, have received property tax abatements and in some instances, sales tax exemptions. And I'm very interested in knowing how many of those have received these exemptions that we're not aware of that could be helping us to not have to put this on the ballot to ask us to pay this again. Because giving these developers all of these incentives to come here, as he said, in prime locations, and then pushing this back on the let the peasants pay mentality is
1 minute
really
remaining.
gross. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward to speak on this item? Record show no one else has. Committee, I will now entertain questions or comments from the body. Commissioner Kump.
Thank you, Chair. Come to at large. I have several questions and a lot of them are going to be procedural, so I'm going to defer to legal here. First question is, for either of these special sales taxes, can the tax be kind of further narrowed? And what I mean by that is, can we say special sales tax on cigarettes, for example, or does it have to be sales tax on all commodities?
Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel, correct. It is a retailer sales tax. We can't say it's on specific items.
Okay, so we can't exempt like groceries for.
Correct.
Okay. Does it have to be the full 10 years?
No, it could be for a shorter period if we wanted it to be, but all special purpose sales tax, so even the county one that was discussed does sunset at the end of 10 years unless you all wanted it to be for a shorter period of time.
Okay, thank you. And this kind of came up during public comment. And I'm wondering myself, I've written it down here. How granular, how specific can we get in defining how the special sales tax is used within the ordinance?
So you don't want to get so specific that the use expires before the tax does. So you wouldn't want to say this money is going to be used to pave such and such road.
Right.
Or this money is going to be used to redo the basketball court at such and such park or anything like that. Because again, if the need is going to be done before the tax expires, then you have this excess fund and you don't have what this tax specifically said it was being collected for to spend it on. So you don't want to get that granular. So that's why we left it like we did, but yet specific that it would be only used for park capital projects or the infrastructure such as roads, bridges, and trails, or not trails, sidewalks. So you can leave it that way, but then yet specify in your budget, this item is going to be paid for out of the sales tax that was generated. So you could do it at a policy level or a budgetary level and say, out of the sales tax generated, that's what it's going to pay for this year. And rather than specify it in the language, because again, whatever you say in the language of the ordinance itself, that's what you're stuck with.
Leads me to my next question. Are we permitted to identify a certain geographic area in the city or county? And I don't mean necessarily all of the special sales tax will be used in that area, but a portion, a percentage, something has to be designated to a specific area.
Again, you want to be very careful if you do that, because then you are very limited. Again, by you must do that. And then that also, then you have to worry about, is it going to pass if you limit it to a certain area of your community? So whether or not you can is one question. Whether or not you should, if you want it to pass, is another question.
Right.
So can you? You probably legally, that might even be something we need to research is, can you legally say, I'm going to raise a tax for only a segment of the city, to be used on a segment of the city?
Or portion.
Over a portion of the city, right? I mean, we would really have to research whether or not you could limit it to just be for use as a portion of the city. I'm not sure. I know there were discussions about the Quindaro Peace and Arts. The group brought forward bringing their sales tax initiative. That's a CID.
Right.
That's different. That specifically sets out a district where the improvements are going to be made. And when you have a district, the tax is also collected within the district. It's not collected outside of the district.
I follow, I guess.
Yeah, so that would be different.
Right, and I understand that. I was wondering
Yeah.
if you could write it in a way that says special sales tax for these specific purposes identified and X% must be used in Y location.
Right.
And I understand you might have
Right.
to like look into that, but
Yeah, you don't see that really very often. I mean, the only time you really see that is like if it's like a special purpose like county where they say it's for a jail to build a facility, like a jail facility, or the new sheriff's building, or the new courthouse or something like that. That's when they specify what the purpose of the tax is for. So then you could specify it, but those are facilities that are for the benefit of the entire county, if that makes sense.
yes.
I might just.
So we would have to research if you could actually use, like, collect a tax that was only going to be benefiting a certain segment of the city or county. And I don't know if that's possible. If I had to say right now, I would say most likely it's not. But we would have to look.
Okay, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just might add, if you look at the distribution of parks within our community currently, the original Kansas City, Kansas city plan built in a lot of parks. So there's something 55, 54 parks in our city park inventory. And most of those are east of 635. Now, some of them are very small. But when we talk about a park sales tax, there are also parts of the community. And as Ms. Farrar referenced, the Park and Piper comes up frequently. There's a part of the community that does not have access to a public park. There are other parts of the community where there's not a lot of access to public parks. So I think it's part of the challenge here is that lots of different parts of the community feel like there's not enough resources being put to provide the level of service and park access that they want to see, whether that's in the Northeast or whether that's in the western part of the community, whether that's in Turner or other areas. And so providing a dedicated source of capital that is specifically focused on capital for the city allows for, the creation of a Park and Piper, allows for the investment in the park systems like Parkwood, whether that's the pool or the park that we have existing east of 635. And it also allows for parks that we have on paper, but that aren't currently open. So Riverview Park, as an example, in Turner is a ball field complex that was being run by Turner Recreation, has been turned back over last year to UG Parks and Rec, but funding was not allocated in the budget process to utilize that park, so it's not currently being used. We have Coronado Park that sits kind of in the middle of the city, similarly not currently being used as an active park. So the provision of dedicated capital really opens up the opportunities to reinvest across the community and from north to south and east to west to provide that level of park access that I think you hear from the comments even tonight that there's the desire for, the need for, and the demand for. So that's what I'd say in terms of how we think about the parks. And then, as I mentioned, in terms of the geographic distribution, there are parts of the community that do not have the density of parks that others do. And so the infrastructure piece is something that is relevant to all portions of the community. And so that's come up in conversations with your colleagues and certainly on the community survey about the needs for investment in roads and streets and curb and gutter, those investments. And so by coupling the parks investments with infrastructure investments creates a dedicated capital funding mechanism that can support different needs that serve the entirety of, in that case, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you. And I think you had mentioned this early on, but I just want to confirm, if we were to move this forward with no recommendation, what would that motion look like? It would be approved with no recommendation, and then we're not including a percentage of the taxes, that the sales tax in the motion. Is that right?
Or you could just make a motion to move the item of a resolution or ordinances forward for discussion to the full commission with no recommendation.
Okay. And final question, I'm sorry, committee.
Oh, you're fine. And to your point earlier, there was a question, and I thought you were getting ready to ask it, but there was a mention about why would you do this if it was going to go towards star bonds? And these special purpose sales taxes don't go toward the payment of star bonds. So this would not go toward any star bond district.
Okay, thank you for that
Mhm.
clarification. Final question, I'm sorry. If this were approved in whatever form for the full commission, and this might be a question for legal or for the CA, can we like make a motion to require public comment, or is that the mayor's pleasure?
The mayor controls the agenda, so she would be the one to control whether or not there was public comment at
That's what I
the full
thought. I just
commission
wanted to
meeting.
make sure.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other questions? Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple questions. Number one, on the page that says options at the very bottom, it talks about community centers and trails. So my first question is that including Quindaro getting trails? Is that including Caw Valley getting trails? I'm just looking for an answer there, because it would seem reasonable to have some kind of perimeters around where the dollars would go. And I saw on another slide that the homeless was like 38%. And I just wonder specifically, where would that go? So, and I think what you have said is you can't do that. I think that's what you said. We cannot be specific. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean, that look gave me a hint that I said something wrong. So please help me.
Oh, no, not at all. Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. So for the trails for the special purpose city sales tax, you could use it for either of those trails. Any of the trails within the city. So if both of them needed improvement, you could use them on both of the trails. So that would be two of the things that could be done within that. And that could be something that would be designated within the budget process. But you wouldn't want to say that within your ordinance language, because that's way too specific and too granular. And then once you're done, you're still collecting money over the age of this ordinance. So
Okay.
then what you would be limited as to what you could do with it after that. So that's why
what
you
you're
wouldn't want to get
saying
that
is
specific.
just do the ordinance without the specifics, but then at some point, we will line up some specifics.
Right, that would be done through the budget process, correct. Mhm. And then on your other one, when you mentioned homeless, no, that would also be, you could absolutely use that special purpose county sales tax could be used for the homeless, all the wraparound services, mental health, the behavioral health, so substance abuse care, indigent care is specifically mentioned in the statute. So it could absolutely be used for any services required at a homeless shelter. Because all those wraparound services that you need at a homeless shelter fall somewhere within that statutory definition of healthcare services. But you wouldn't want to specifically say, we're collecting money only for a homeless shelter. Because if you find you also need to use it at the health department, it specifically says you can use it at your health department. So, but all the wraparound services at the homeless shelter that if we open up a homeless shelter, if you need it, you can use it for this too. And again, that could be designated during the budget process, but the money, you want to make sure that you have that ability to do that within the language of the statute itself.
Thank you. I understand a little bit better. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Commissioner, if I, just to add a little bit, if you look at the other sales taxes that we have in place now, the public safety and infrastructure sales tax, while the language in there is broadly written, it is been budgeted now for 15 years as, as intended, as it was presented to the public for the vote, which is a third, and a third. So the language is a piece of it, and then really what is how is that information presented to the public to make a decision, and then it's honoring that decision and what was told that money would be used for, in addition to the protections that the state statute says, which is you have to use it on that intended purpose.
Commissioner Howard has his hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Howard.
Our District 1, question for legal and ICA House. The requests that were made tonight for the sales tax to be amended, out of those requests tonight, are any of those requests able to be put into the sales tax amendment?
Deputy Chief Counsel Wendy Green. So the request for amending this for like a CID type situation, no, that can't be done.
What about, thank you for that. And one more, what about specifically verbiage towards the Northeast receiving sales tax funds?
So again, if you're using, I need to do further research, but one thing that I worry about is collecting a citywide special purpose sales tax that will only benefit a very specific area of the city. And I don't know that that is allowed. Like you can use it for, say, roads, but you're doing multiple roads within the city, if that makes sense, or you're doing a couple bridges that multiple people within the city can use to get around the city. But to say that you're going to collect a citywide special purpose sales tax that will only benefit one specific area of the city, to me, it seems like there's some equality issues there, as far as, not that I'm trying to figure out how to word this. It's not necessarily like, not equality, but necessarily like not everybody benefits equally is what I'm saying under the sales tax, because it's not being used equally across the city, if that makes sense.
Yes. So I hear what you're saying. So let me ask this then. Based off of the request tonight, how would you word some of the requests tonight to make it fit within the amendment?
So I think what needs to happen is, if the group would like to, specifically the Quindaro Peace and Arts, if they would like a CID to benefit that area, then I think what would be better is if they put forth a proposal for a CID to come back to a standing committee, maybe the Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee, and have it go through that committee process. Because that's a very different process than a special purpose sales tax that's citywide.
Yeah, that's good, Wendy. We've had conversations with QPAD about what they would love to do, right, with the sales tax. We've had an opportunity to sit down with them and hear them out, right?
Right.
right? And what were the recommendations when we last spoke with them about the CID initiative?
I believe that was it, is that they consider that and look into that more. And I did recently send statutes, and it did take me a while, and for that I apologize. But they do have the statutes necessary for how to establish a CID, but it is going to take outside counsel for them, and
Yeah.
it would take commission approval to do that.
Yeah,
Because that
and we
would be
had,
another taxing mechanism.
yes, thank you for that, Chief. And we had a conversation, I believe Commissioner Bynum was there as well, and you were able to
Right.
give them as much legal help as you could, advice, should I say, as you could, right? And you also recommended that they get their own legal to help them kind of put this thing together, because it's not going to be an easy process. And so as I was
Correct.
listening to some of our residents talk to the support that they needed, I want to say right here that I'm in favor of QPAD on record, and we have been supporting, well, I would say we've been having conversations on what that would look like, because it's not just a simple process, right? And so as we are all trying to figure out what this looks like, again, I want to be clear about the support or the lack thereof support. One, I would ask, what does support look like, right? Because I, as Commissioner Howard of District 1, has taken the time to sit down with some of the people that have made requests, and just to understand what their thoughts are, what they would like to see. And so when we talk about the support, what I'd like to do is just make sure that on record that our community knows that we are very supportive of projects, but I want to make sure that we are being held accountable, right? And that we are really having those conversations. And so sometimes things that happen behind closed doors don't necessarily make it to the public. And so I just wanted to be on record, just in case if anybody had any concerns or questions about if Commissioner Howard was in support. Yeah, I'm most definitely in support of QPAD and everybody else that has expressed their concerns tonight. And so, I want to get I want to move this to the Board of Commissioners so we can have a full conversation about what this would look like. And also, I know we have to have a conversation, of course, with Mayor, but I'll also be open to letting the public speak on this matter as well, considering the magnitude of it. So, I just wanted to make sure I just wanted to make sure that that was on record about what support looks like, and about people being in office. So I appreciate you, Ms. Green, for that.
Well, thank you. And actually, that leads me to be able to answer the broader question better, and hopefully be able to use better words, because what I'm trying to say is, and the legislature does have a mechanism to have a sales tax that benefits an area of the community, and that is what a CID is for, or what a star bond is for. And that's when you carve out a district that the sales tax is going to benefit, and anyone who is in that district or pays sales tax in that district, it benefits that district. And so if you have an area specific, a specific area benefiting from the sales tax, it's only that area that pays the sales tax. So the legislature has already carved that out. And so that is the only way you have area specific benefits from a sales tax, is either through a CID or a star bond. Otherwise, if you have a special purpose sales tax, it has to be citywide benefit, if that makes sense. And sorry, I was able to pull up language of other special purpose sales tax, and that's the only other thing it brings up that benefits specific areas are CIDs and star bonds.
No, I'm just maybe add. So what we're really talking about is revenue through the sales tax, and then the other process by which that revenue is allocated is the budget process. And so, the commission has full control over the allocation of those funds. And again, to go back to the example of the public safety and infrastructure sales tax, those funds have to be used for the purpose within that sales tax, but the specific allocation to fire equipment or fire capital improvement, it comes out in the process of the budget and isn't laid out in the language of the statute. But it does follow what was voted on. But so again, I just sort of distinguish between the revenue side of it, which we're talking about here on the sales tax, and then the allocation process, which happens through the budget within the parameters set by the sales tax.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Commissioner Cobb.
Thank you, Chair. Come to at large me again. That leads me to my next question. Is there a way, not in this resolution then, but in our budget process or our policy, let's say that one of these special sales tax, let's say the city specifically, special sales tax passes and it's used to fund infrastructure. I'm just picking that because that's pretty ubiquitously distributed in the entire city. In our budgeting policy, then can we say, okay, each district gets like a proportional amount or an equal amount from this special sales tax revenue for infrastructure projects in that specific district? And I understand that's not in the that wouldn't be in this resolution. That would be our process, right?
Yes, you could, and I know Troy can chime in this too. We have intentionally moved away from a kind of a district allocation model on an annual basis. I mean, we do kind of look at where funds are going, certainly. That's true for parks and other investments. It's true for public works. But the model that they have is they go in, they identify the areas, and they have looked out a ways. Brandon, I know, is in the back here and has done all kinds of work on this. They could probably chart out 5 years out in the future, say these are the neighborhoods that are on the list, and they'll go in, they'll do an area and focus on that area versus kind of peanut butter spreading it out across a wider area where you lose some of the impact of those funds. So it's a kind of a yes and, which is we want to get the benefit of concentrating resources so that they can have the maximum impact. And we also want to make sure that we are looking out across the community and making sure that funds are being distributed in ways that benefit all areas and all districts. And that's, again, true for parks. It's true for infrastructure. I don't know if there's anything you all want to add to that.
Thank you. Page 8 of the presentation mentions expanded access to medical care. I'm speaking specifically about the county special sales tax related to health. Can you kind of just walk me through how this special sales tax can address the lack of both dentists and physicians in our community? I just want to be able to draw a line from this sales tax to a tangible improvement.
Terry Garrison, Interim Director at the Public Health Department. There's lots of different ways potentially that could happen. Some of it could be like giving subsidies to dentists or primary care physicians to set up a clinic within our boundaries. Or if they are see the uninsured population in our community, which we know come October is probably going to increase significantly with the cost of ACA subsidies being decreased. And so we could help with doing that, giving them, some kind of subsidy or assistance with seeing unhoused or uninsured population.
Thank you. And I have two more. I appreciate you all bearing with me. My first one is we talk about the unhoused quite often, and it is it's a extremely important issue. But also this county health sales tax, it has parameters. It's special. It's not general. So what kind of ongoing costs could this be allocated to in the hypothetical future when we have a shelter? So it can't be like operating expenses, I would imagine. It has to be specific to what the statute lays out.
It does. So we have capital set aside to the tune of $4 million from ARPA funds and Cerner funds for capital for a shelter. What doesn't currently exist are any funds for wraparound services or operating costs beyond what we provide for the cold weather shelter. So when you think about what's going on inside of a homeless shelter, and we've had an opportunity to visit some, including we went over to Douglas County and looked at theirs. Casey Mo operates homeless shelter. It's about a $4 to $5 million a year operation. Much of that cost, the majority of that cost, is in those wraparound services for behavioral health supports and substance abuse supports, and kind of getting people back stabilized so that they can move on to temporary supportive housing and then permanent supportive housing and exit the system. So there, and then as Ms. Green said, there's this language in there about indigent healthcare. So when we talk about food and providing food and some of these other services that go on within a homeless shelter, I think those all sort of fall within that category of indigent healthcare. So there would probably be some operating expenses that would fall kind of outside of that bounds, but I think by our read of it, that the significant majority of those costs would be available to use through this special sales tax.
Thank you. Final question, and this is for legal. Does the county statute for special sales tax, does it mention, I know it mentions health services, indigent health services, mental health. Does it mention disability services? I don't remember if it does.
It really does. If you look at the second whereas clause in the resolution, that is the language pulled directly from the statute. And it doesn't specifically mention
The language though says,
services.
but not limited to.
Right.
So if it's a health service for a specific group like disability, there's no reason that couldn't be
Absolutely.
part of that. Similar to aging, aging is called out specifically, but the statute does, say, but not limited to. So
And regardless, if it's an indigent person seeking healthcare who's also disabled, they would qualify under the indigent clause.
Correct.
yes.
Correct? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the use of the word health, there's lots of factors that go into health. So I think disability, you could definitely make fit in that.
And I think there's also a tie between the two. So when we talk about health, and we talk about parks, and we talk about streets and sidewalks, they're kind of a piece in a sense, and that having a healthier community is reducing homelessness and having these other interventions we're talking about. It's also providing safe and accessible transportation options and streets for people, parks for people to go into, to socialize in. So, I see these as very much kind of supportive of each other in that way.
Thank you, Administrator. I'll make a couple comments before we move forward with how we want to vote and move these items forward or not. You asked me last year or a year or two ago, I probably would support a sales tax to do what needs to be done. What is giving me pause and hesitation to support a sales tax in any way is just our economy. Our economy is volatile at the moment, and its prices are rising. Look at the gas pumps. Energy prices are rising. The state took away their portion of the state sales tax, and now we're asking to re-raise it up. May not be to what was before, but it's still going up. The comment was made that sales tax are the most regressive tax. Yes, outsiders are going to, visitors are going to pay this as well, but our residents are the ones who are going to pay it every day, every week, every year. And so I need more information, need more conversation with the full commission. I agree that it should move forward for further consideration, for us to have the conversation. But at the moment, I'm having pause fully supporting a sales tax initiative at the moment. Again, as I said, if it was last year, 2 years ago, I would have said, definitely, let's go. But with how the economic outlook, even our own region, our Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City has said there's flattening of consumer spending. Small businesses are cutting jobs because it's just not, they can't continue the operating costs because of all the volatility and the policies of our federal government. And so I hear the concerns and I hear the support as well. It's 50-50 for me, but at the moment I'm leaning a little more towards having a hard time supporting just based off of the hardships that our community is currently going through. But I just wanted to make those comments. I do support moving it forward just for further consideration, and so that our other colleagues have the ability to speak on this item. So I will, since there are 2 items, we have to take 2 separate votes, correct, legal? That's how I have it in my guide, so.
Right. I think that would be the cleanest way to do it if you want to move the the resolution forward for consideration. I think that would be the better way to do it, is to do a motion for the resolution and a motion for the options for the ordinance.
Okay, so committee, there will be one, we'll start with the county sales tax, retailers countywide. I'll take a motion for that of how we want to move forward with that one.
Commissioner Ramirez, before you do that, are you closing the public hearing?
Oh, yes, sorry, forgot to do that.
Thank you.
So now, committee, we are going to the county, which I will entertain a motion.
Solely for the sake of having a discussion in front of the full governing body and understanding that I can't and none of us here can authorize public comment, but really encouraging our leadership to consider that. I will move to approve with a fast track with no recommendation from this committee.
So, let's reword.
Sure. Or
Move the item forward with no
move
recommendation.
the item forward to the full commission for the fast track, yes.
Okay.
Move a motion by Commissioner Kump and a second by Commissioner Hill for the county wide sales tax, special sales tax. Roll call.
Roll call. Hill?
Aye.
Howard?
Aye.
Kump?
Aye.
Ramirez?
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. Now for the city special sales tax ordinance, and I'll entertain a motion. I can make the motion. I'll just make the motion. I move that the ordinance move forward with no recommendation to the full commission and a fast track for the August 20th, 2026 full commission meeting.
Howard second.
Motion by me, Ramirez, and a second by Commissioner Howard. Roll call.
And I just,
Call.
real quick clarification, Wendy, there was sort of those 2 options. Do both of those advance?
Yeah, Wintergreen Deputy Chief Counsel, both those options can go forward with his motion.
Call.
Roll call. Hill?
Aye.
Howard? Commissioner Howard?
Can you hear me? Aye.
Thank you. Kump?
Aye.
Ramirez?
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
All right, that concludes our meeting this evening. I thank you all for coming tonight. I apologize for the long, lengthy meeting, but I hope you have a safe drive home. I will entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second. A motion by Kump and a second by Hill. Roll call. We have not adjourned yet. Let us make our vote to adjourn and then we can have discussion. Roll call.
Thank you. Roll call. Hill? Howard?
Aye.
Kump?
Aye.
Ramirez?
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. The Administration and Human Services meeting is adjourned.